Hello everyone and welcome to the PokerStars Arena hosting the Sunday Million, which is brand new for the summer of 2022. Yes, it is now permanently a PKO with a new starting stack, a new blind structure. It's now 8 max, but some things don't change. Still a $109 buy-in and still has a guaranteed prize pool of $1 million. Plus, after the first day of play, 80 remain competing for the first prize tonight. Hello everyone, I am James Hartigan. Alongside me, Joe Stapleton.
That's right, this doesn't change. You're still my babies and I'm still saying hello to you.
Well, let's get to our first featured table, Joe, and welcome our guest commentator this evening as we say, Guten Abend, Herr Felix Schneiders. Wie geht's,
Einen
xflixx?
wunderschönen guten Abend. Hello, guys. I'm happy to be joining you again for commentary here. And hello, chat. What's up? I'm excited to see some PKO action in the Sunday Million.
Great,
Absolutely.
I'll just sit here like a jerk while you two speak German.
That's it. We're done. Otherwise, we're going to get flagged by Twitch for like some violation.
99999.
So we have got an all-in here. We see the raise from Nazar 32 with ace-8 of diamonds, and now the 3-bet all-in from Igor with jacks. And of course, I referenced, Joe, the new starting stack, the new blind structure. So the blinds are bigger than we're used to because the starting stack is bigger than we're used to. We're already at the 100, 200 blind level. So initially, I look at the screen and see, wow, a shove for 2.2 million. That's huge. No, just 11 big blinds.
No.
So,
yeah.
Does the math roughly work out that if we say, so the starting stack is what, like 2.5 times as big, so the stacks will be 2.5 times as big here now?
Yeah, pretty much. Still a 200 big blind starting stack. And they did play a shorter day one than usual. Finished at an earlier time last night, which, you know, I personally think is great for players. Yeah. But still coming back with a similar number that we normally do. 80, playing down to a winner tonight. Although, as you can see, we're already down to 78. 2 eliminations so far. By the way, the reason why we have picked this particular feature table is we do have the chip leader, Andre AS, who has the Grafton here, 10-9 suited. A German player, Felix, so I have to ask, is this someone who's on your radar?
Yes, absolutely. This guy has been playing a couple of home games with us in the community, and I know his name for sure. We also have played together in, I think it was the Scoop or the W Coop, either or, and it was some epic hand that I remember playing with him, and we were discussing it on the stream. So I do know something about him, a couple things about this guy, and yeah, I'm really rooting for him, of course.
I just realized I called them Andre AS. It's probably Andreas, right? And I should
Andreas,
just ignore
yeah,
the capitalization.
No, this guy is Andre as shit.
Andreas.
Yes, he is. Well, look, we often have a situation when we get to the late stages of an MTT, the final table, where there's one player who has a dominant chip stack. With 78 remaining, in fact, coming into day 2 with 80 remaining, Andreas had 38.5 million, and the second biggest stack was 17 million. So a better than 2-to-1 advantage over the player in second place. Plus, Andreas has already won $5,200 in bounties.
Oh,
and the second highest amount won so far is 2,200. So is it fair to say, Felix, that Andreas had a good day one?
Yeah, pretty much. I would love to be in his shoes, knocking so many people out and getting such big bounties early on in the stage. It's really, I think it's the most important thing in a bounty tournament to get as many bounties as possible early on, because that's when they're worth the most, actually. Even though the actual number goes up, but like in comparison to what you get for the starting stack, it's negligible.
Good point.
Yeah.
Good point.
Especially when now the starting stack is 50K.
Yeah.
And we can calculate how many starting stacks those chip stacks will be in terms of the bounties when you compare them to the bounties. So yeah, getting such huge bounties early on is a massive advantage that Andreas has here.
We don't have a lot to compare this to, but having 5K in bounties at this stage feels insane. Like, I feel like we see some heads-up matches where someone has 5K at the 109 buy-in level.
Yep. Absolutely. This is amazing.
We have got a Catvatar in action here. Snacker Deluxe, all in with ace-queen, doesn't get any action. Fear, the Catvatar. We've got Kazan with sixes in the big blind. Anyone want to take on Kazan?
Maybe Igor on the button. Let's see if it's folded to him.
And the stacks are close, but Kazan has Igor covered.
Yeah. Igor all in.
And Igor goes to shove, and obviously this is most likely going to get called by the sixes, yes, for sure.
Barely covered.
Kazan calls, and the wheel draw on the flop. And the ace on the river. Barry Greenstein makes his first appearance of the evening to give Igor the double up and leave Kazan with crumbs, just a single big blind, and in the small blind on the very next hand as the blinds go up to 125, 250.
That was unfair. I didn't care for that.
Yeah. So now, obviously, everybody is probably going to... I mean, he doesn't have a huge bounty, so nobody's really gunning for it that much. But they are. Andreas is.
Andreas wants more.
The queen six off.
It's never enough, Felix. It's never enough.
Yes. And you know what's funny? I mean, he actually will be probably getting Nazar to fold.
And this will be queen six versus king three, assuming that Nazar folds after opening to 550. Live cards for Andreas, and there is a six on the flop. Clubs are a factor, though.
Nazar!
But the board bricks out for Kazan, and that is a KO. And it's another bounty claimed by the chip leader, who now has close to 40 million. And just to go back...
Too many outs. Too many outs.
Exactly. Exactly. Going back to what you're saying about bounties, Felix, is that why... Let's fast forward to the final table, right? And we can see the payouts at the final table on the screen. At that point, does it become more like a conventional MTT at that point, where really you should be thinking about the prize jumps and the bounties have less of a factor? They should play less of a role in the decisions you make?
Yeah, the further you go into the tournament and the more you come towards the final table and the big payouts, the less valuable the bounties become. Also, as I said, if you compare what you get in the beginning for a starting stack, you get $25 for 50,000 chips. Now, if you do the numbers, if you divide what you get for 50,000 for like 3 million, you get like 182, which is probably round about half of what it's like the comparison doesn't make up, you know. It doesn't add up at all. So if you come to the final table, once you get to the final table, it's getting more about the pay jumps and about that final bounty. You want to get your own bounty.
Yeah. So we've got Igor here ahead with kings. Interestingly, pay tax is nice. Has just turned top pair, top kicker, but it's not enough. John Delano points out that Kuzjeo, who folded Queen Jack this hand, might also have a Capvitar. Are we being treated to the double Capvitar, Joe?
It certainly is a treat. I mean, that cat down there has got some big sad eyes on it. I might have to block that one.
I think the sad eyes are because they folded the winning hand, right? Queens and jacks.
Yeah.
So we're pretending that we picked this table for the chip leader, who Felix knows. Actually, it's because there's not one, but two Capvitars. And Igor gets paid off there. And that's a great start to day two for Igor, Felix. Came in as a short stack, got the double up, and now has close to 10 million. Average stack right now is 7.4 million.
That must be nice.
How long does Igor have to hang in for a pay jump? That's what I want to know. A while.
Andreas is also like really opening up his ranges. He's raising queen 10 offsuit from early position, which you probably should be doing as the chip leader, covering the entire table.
Yeah. Because Kuzjeo racing for their tournament life. And of course, sixes hold. In fact, they river a set because Capvitar. Wayne, I'm going to answer your question, asking about the table theme, the look of the tables. You have to remember that what you are actually seeing is a reconstruction, right? So this is a reconstruction based on hand histories exported 30 minutes after the hand was played. So that's why you're not seeing them played at a Sunday Million themed table. This is our display model.
It can be confusing because it looks like you're looking at the hand as it's happening.
Absolutely.
But you're not. You're looking at a reconstruction graphically of a hand history. Like instead of reading it, it just goes pop, 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 and fills in all the little blanks to make a new thing.
And it replays it as if the hand were being played in real time with all of the timings correct, all of the time bank built in.
Interesting spot coming up here. I think Nazar is very likely to actually barrel this turn card because it fits his range.
Yeah.
And he barrels exactly into what improved Igor at this point, which is super interesting. Now let's see what the river action is.
Yeah, it does put a potential flush out there, but we can see Igor has a lock on this. How fruity is Nazar going to be on the river? 5.2 million in the middle.
I'd love to see another bullet from him here. I think it might actually work in some cases.
No, checks
but
it.
He's not going for it.
And
it would work on me sometimes, Felix.
Yeah, me too. Me too. I mean, he's very likely to also have a lot of 7x in his range, combined with like a gut shot or hands like that. So it's not necessarily calling twice with a flush draw, which means that Nazar is actually in quite a good position to try and represent the flush, or at least represent a lot of good value hands, and to put a lot of pressure on like the one pair hands that have no ace. Obviously, it's tough to get an ace to fold if you turned one, but all the other hands might actually consider folding on the river.
Well, Igor's now up to 12 million. Meanwhile, we are, what, 11 minutes into play, and we've already had 16 eliminations, down to 64 already?
Pretty good.
Wow.
Just going to go pour a coffee, come back for the final table.
No good for Nazar. Karma still ahead here with tens. Just a quick postscript on the conversation about this being effectively a form of replaying a hand history. The reason why it's done that way is it is not possible for an actual PokerStars gameplay table to show all the hole cards and then be captured on video and played out on delay. It's literally not possible with the way the software is coded. That's why it has to be done this way.
Interesting, by the way. Karma owes me just folded the best hand on the flop on a jack high board.
Yeah.
Folded pocket tens to the 8 that just took a stab from Nazar. That made me kind of curious.
Yes, scumbag salesman. It is a good thing. Obviously, security and game integrity are paramount. Every week, someone will arrive and think they're a genius for pointing out that all the players could see this. But yes, it is on a 30-minute delay. And Andreas putting the other two to the test. It must be so nice
to be the big stack.
Yeah.
Just trying to pressure people with inferior stacks and all the bounties. I mean, what are they going to do here? Shove ace-7 suited? Very, very tough spot for both of them. Having such a stack at the table is just a pain in the ass.
Ooh, they did, though.
Wow. Yep. And, I mean, pay tax is nice. Gets it in a domination situation and is holding. No. Holding and is good.
Oh, my God.
And that is going to be a double up. And the chip leader has dropped down to 30 million and still has the advantage. Don't get me wrong, but it's closer than it was before because Teflon, playing from Poland this evening, has moved up to 23 million. So now only 7 million chips separate first and second on the leaderboard.
Now, this is going to make me sound stupid because it was probably invented in Europe or something, but do you guys have Teflon in Europe?
We do.
Okay.
Yep.
It sounds like something that's probably invented in Germany.
There was actually a movie about that recently. Not that recently, but like 1 or 2 years ago. Don't remember, like about this Teflon. There was like a Teflon scandal.
Yes.
If I'm not mistaken, right? There was a movie about that, but I don't remember the name.
Unfortunately, it comes off the product it's been applied to, and it's not something you necessarily want to have in your digestive system.
Exactly.
I'm sure I've eaten a lot of it over the years.
Yeah, me too.
Well, we don't See all the chips going pre. 2 decent-sized stacks here, and 9's still ahead because Joe picks up the Broadway draw on the turn.
Snap called right there with ace king with the ace of hearts, which totally makes sense. But I mean, beat him in the pot.
And great double
Now
barrel
leads.
spot for Kuzayo.
Yeah.
Tough spot for Diego. He's probably going to have to let it go, even though he is ahead. I mean, it's a lot of rivers that he's not going to be able to play correctly, I'm pretty sure.
Wow. Finds a call and is still ahead. And the pot has got pretty big.
Kuzayo is going to empty the clip or not. Nope. Check, check. Pocket nines are good, just like that.
Yep. Diego up to nearly 12 million. It's ace-6 for Camo and ace-queen for Nazar.
Nazar just calling. Interesting. Would have expected a 3-bet there, especially against the button open. Well, let's see what his plan is here post-flop. Probably check calling or check raising. Oh,
boy.
That's a good turn.
That's a plan right there. That's the plan. Turn the best hand and just absolutely let karma hang themselves. Just under-rep it the whole way.
Karma is going to feel very safe.
Oh, yeah.
Nope, not this time.
Well, suited connectors for the chip leader. Andreas makes it 625,000, but pay tax is nice. Has queens on the button.
Wish more people had that attitude.
Pay tax is nice.
Pay tax is nice. Means I made a little money.
Well, that's true.
Well, interestingly, pay tax is nice from a country which is kind of known for having quite high taxes, but also good public services and a good standard of living. Sweden.
Finland. Okay.
Oh, okay. Now this is going to be interesting. See how Andreas plays this with the flush draw. I mean, he has 7 highs, so he can win in showdown. Still decides to check once more.
6, 7, 8, 9. Nope.
That's not a straight, unfortunately.
4 cards to a straight, 4 cards to a flush, but queens still ahead.
Not betting. Wow. Okay, not even a single step. Interesting. We got Nazar and Igor probably going at it again.
I'm going to address one of your comments, Asif, and then we're done, okay? I get that you don't like the PKO format, and that's fine, but don't say it's not a skill game. Don't say that you don't need to understand mathematical calculations and understand shoving and calling ranges and understand different strategies to a standard freeze-out to play this game. You can not like the format. You can not want to play the format. You can choose not to watch the format, but don't dismiss it out of hand.
You could even say that it's a higher variance format than other formats, but to say that it is not a skill game is to be honest, kind of rude.
I actually, yeah, it's actually one of the most skill intense formats that requires a lot of calculations because bounty spots are so individual and they can be so different in so different stages of the tournament. Like even I never have a clue if something is a call or a shove. For whatever reason, and then when I do the calculations, I'm always amazed. Like sometimes it's a fold, sometimes it's a call. It's super interesting to see these how bounties affect the game. There's a new layer, a new strategic layer to the whole game, and it's super mathematical. I mean, there's a whole thing that Raise Your Edge did. One of the guys that does the courses, he actually is somebody with a maths background, and he actually did a real real write-up, doing all the calculations for how important the bounties are in each stage of the tournament. And it's super, super interesting and super complex, by the way. Even I don't get it at all. Like I could read it a couple times and I still won't get it.
I feel for Electric
to assist
Jeans.
point, what's great is that, like, you're never that wrong, right? Like, obviously there's edges, obviously, but, like, that's what I do like about it, is it levels the playing field slightly. What a move here by Diego.
It's a horrible decision now.
Interesting.
I was just about to give Igor an award for getting this tiny little value bet out of Diego, who was probably just going to flick it in with ace high and was like, no, hold on a second, and accurately read that this is some kind of non-value value hand.
Yeah.
Yes.
Worked.
Well, Electric Jeans, on the subject of the PKO, says, I don't like it, but play it all the time. There you go. See? You can not like it and still play it.
Speaking of liking poker, not liking poker, it doesn't, I don't know, James, how you feel, but like the whole world's like talking about poker right now. Like everyone's at some tournament playing something online. Obviously Vegas is going on. Like I really feel poker in the air. Like I feel my love affair with poker goes through, you know, waves and troughs. And right now I'm at a peak. Like I'm super into poker right now.
I get you. Totally. There's so many live events going on or have been going on for quite a while. And it's just so cool to see people like, talk poker, play poker, and just come together again.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Snacker Deluxe keeping the head above water with the blinds at 150,000, 300,000. Average stack right now, 9 million, because we're down to 56. That means 24 eliminations in the first 22 minutes.
Well, it's a PKO, so things can turn quick. I also got to say one thing about PKOs. I think, like, if you give people the chance to make a lot more mistakes that they don't even know that they're making, this makes poker super interesting again. Because even when the good players don't know what the right play is, that is when there is an edge to be made, right? Because at some point, even in a freeze-out, the top regs or the best people will have figured out the best strategy or the GTO strategy or what they can do to exploit people. But in a PKO, they can't, or they haven't yet, because the spots are so individual. So it's good. It's a good thing for poker and for games like this to evolve in such a way. So I'm really a big fan of these, I must say.
As you know, as players get better and better and start studying more and more little variations on the game that sort of kind of mess up those calculations, is probably going to be the way forward.
Yeah, for sure.
Well,
ooh, this is real fun.
Yeah,
Wow.
aces end up going 4-way to the flop against fives, and a tasty little combo draw here for Karma.
But that main card they want to hit is in Andre's hand.
Indeed.
Leading under the small blind looks very strong also into 3 players, with one of them being the under the gun raiser. So, I mean, he's representing a set or a 2-pair right now. There's not many 2 pairs you can have, so he's basically representing 7s, deuces, or 4s. Nazars is probably still going to feel decent about his hand, I think. So he's definitely going to stick around. And
I think, Felix,
fold.
all the value hands are obviously what you just said. I think a lot of the time, this sort of lead is going to be like a pair and a draw.
Yeah, most likely.
So aces you can't fold, obviously. Fives is a little bit dicier.
Yeah, pretty loose call from Andreas, yeah? Didn't expect that as well.
Yeah,
wow, Karma just jams.
You pointed
Not a lot of fold equity here.
And obviously, Joe, you pointed out that Andreas has the 5 of spades and the 5 of hearts for that matter. Should point out the other 5s folded as well. But it is a spade on the river that gives Karma the flush and gives Karma the double up to 12.2 million. Nazar has aces cracked. I
mean, you might as well just fold when you go 4 ways with aces, right? You're like, all right, cool. Yeah. I'm out.
That's more live poker style. Raise aces, get 5 calls, check fold flop. Pretty easy.
King Queen suited versus the Snowmans, and Drofnud is still ahead right now. And look at Andreas, who started the day with 38 million, is now down to 23 with still 2 streets to play. Andreas is now 3rd on the leaderboard. Trying to get Drofnud to fold this pair. 2.1 into 3.3. Has the Broadway draw.
And gets it done.
Andreas now back into 2nd place. Just taken 1st place, in fact. The player who they're pretty much actually neck and neck with, Felix, is another German. TT player 18.
I have not seen this player before. So, don't know much about them.
Well, right now, Germany are 1 and 2 on the leaderboard with 52 remaining in this week's Sunday Million.
The Germans are coming. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So got ladies for karma.
Felix, your German accent's not very believable.
Nah, I know. I think the best to actually do the German accent is Finton. Even Spraggy just speaks way too good German to be actually having a German accent, a fake German accent. But Finton
I remember when I
well.
first started doing EPT commentary, I kind of wanted to do like a little, it was a Germans bit, and James and Francine were like,
Nah.
At best, cliched. At worst, offensive.
Yeah. There's
Probably.
definitely a lot of times I got saved over the years over things that I would have done.
Well, I'm German. I find it funny always. So.
I mean, I refuse to believe that Spraggy can do a German accent. Spraggy is renowned for being man of 1,000 voice.
Yeah. I mean, I actually think Spraggy is somewhat German. I don't know, something inside him. He's just he can like so easily talk German. He's headed at school. Every time I come to his stream, he speaks German with me. It's insane and it's really impressive. Like every one of my community is always impressed like how good his German is.
Snacker Deluxe has had a few spots where they've moved all in and not got any action. Hovering around the 4 million mark. Blinds will be up in 5 minutes' time.
I just want to address this question from Na, who says, can you play for actual money on PokerStars VR? You cannot, but it is really fun. It is really, really good fun and has a great community as well. The people in there, I think the last time we played, James, didn't we meet a couple who had met in PokerStars VR and they were engaged?
I actually thought for a moment that this was like a bit. I thought they were trolling, but no, they met in PokerStars VR, began a relationship in PokerStars VR, and were due to meet for the first time, I think this summer, right? One's in the US, one's in Canada, and I think they're meeting this year. By the way, we've got 2 pair against the nut flush draw here.
Yeah, and also I know that this shouldn't matter, but it does. They're both attractive people.
Are you talking about the avatars, or have you actually seen photographs of them in real life?
I've seen photos of them in real life. Like they're kind of, I don't know what this means, but they're normal looking. They don't look like the kind of people that would have met in VR.
Good for them.
Yeah, right. Hello.
Good for them.
Queen of Hearts on the turn gives Nazar the nut flush and 91% equity. Diego looking to river a boat.
Is always coming 7.
I'll predict 1.8 million is the bet.
Pretty close.
So
Pretty close, my dude.
Damn. Perfect river. Perfect river.
$8.7 in the middle. Nazar the effective stack with 5.6 behind. Action checked to Nazar.
What a great feeling to have the nuts on the river and just like try and fake the exact amount of time that you need to try and represent a bluff. There we go.
Oh man, what a spot. Do not envy this.
No.
Diego's gonna be beat 9-10, beat maybe.
See, I'd be thinking about all the hands I'm not beating that aren't just flushes.
Yeah, that's true.
Like king, I guess king queen is about it.
I mean, it's all the suited aces, obviously. Wow, great fold.
Nicely
Great
done.
fold by Diego.
Diego gets away from it. 51 players left now. Average stack 10 million.
Is Andreas thinking about this? No, he's not.
Yeah.
Well, he might have been.
Asif, I'm not interested in discussing other games run, other events by other operators. You made a comment about PKOs, which I consider to be incorrect, so I corrected you on it. And now we're moving on. And don't go, ooh, freedom of speech. It's our channel. We're paying for the content. You're here. Enjoy it. Move on.
Going to Twitch jail is not the same as going to actual jail.
Oh, Igor opening up here with Jack 8 suited. And he'll most likely gonna get through with it. Oh, Nazar's defending.
Oh, it has to catch bottom pair.
Doesn't even stick around for the bottom pair.
Wow.
Nope.
Well, Andreas sits in second. By the way, it's now a German 1, 2, and 3 on the leaderboard, Felix. We've got TT Player, Andreas, and then Hardy Z1.
Was there a power outage in Brazil over the weekend?
Trust me, if you look further down the lobby, Joe, there are plenty. I mean, plenty of Brazilian flags.
Okay. All right.
Like when I go through the lobby at the table, like I love these names. Like we had Pay Taxes Nice, Karma Owes Me, Gino Latino from Germany. Catchy names. I don't know what Drofnut is supposed to mean. Maybe I don't even want to know.
It sounds like a skeleton you would fight in God of War. You've been attacked by 4 Drofnuts.
Drofnuts. Yep, I feel that. We got a jam by Kuzyayo. Drofnut with a limp. He's been doing that before with the 8-9 suited. I remember those. Like every time somebody limps, I just like instantly try to remember what they limp with. It just like gets hammered into my brain. Like I'm conditioned to look out for these things, I think. Now I would just make a list. 8-9 suited, Queen 10 off. Okay. Because like I don't know about you guys, but I always try to figure out what people actually are people playing a limping strategy, or are they just like limping hands randomly? You know what I mean? So this is what I'm always interested in.
Yeah, and hopefully, if you're at this stage of the tournament, maybe you have a little experience playing with these players and you know the difference. Yeah. But, as we're talking about live poker going on right now and thousands of people coming out of the woodwork from all over the world who, all varying skill levels, it is a bit of a challenge to figure that out, right? When you're playing in some huge field, low buy-in event, whether it's online or live, like people have different playing styles, and learning how to navigate that, I think, is part of what makes it fun.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, this is blind v blind, and look at this. Andreas shoves on Diego in the big blind, who calls with 5s. Huge pot. Diamonds
on the flop.
And the flush
Here we go.
on the turn. Diego KO'd, and Andreas back up to nearly 37 million.
It really stinks that you just make such a great call there, but you're only flipping against 9-10. Like, really so poor.
That's what makes the play so tough to play against. Even if you're in the big blind with 20 bigs, you think, yeah, you can be doing that pretty wide, but still you're flipping. You know?
Guys, this is going to be a battle of the Capitars. I can't call this one.
Well, one of them appears to be a real cat, and the other one seems to be a little cartoony.
No, they're both real.
All cats are real.
9.
There's a 9 on the flop.
And the 9 on the river, the full house for Kazjeo, and Snacker Deluxe is KO'd. That's going to take us down to 49 players now.
I somehow had a feeling. I don't know why I said there's a 9 on the flop, and instantly I was like, another one might be coming.
That was weird because I was like, the 9 doesn't really. Oh, wait, no, it does mean something.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Yeah.
Offnode limping again on the small blind.
All right,
I'll take another note.
We're on a pay jump right now. We just lost 49th, so.
That's right. So $492.66 is the current payout. If you can ladder to 47th, you've locked up $589.
3Bet Nuts, not a fan of that call with 2 5s. What do you think, Felix? I feel like it's a little. I understand what they're saying, but I feel like this is still the stage of the tournament where you're like trying to accumulate chips. Like laddering isn't really a thing at the moment. I don't know. It feels okay to me. What do you think?
Yeah, especially given the history that Andreas has shown to be calling and raising with all the hands that we've seen from him. I mean, if the big blind had paid a little bit of attention to that, he has a tough spot with pocket fives, no doubt about that. But he still is ahead of a lot of hands like ace deuce, ace 3, ace 4, maybe even king deuce, king 3, king 4 suited, stuff like that. And all those hands for 20 bigs, they're jamming small blind versus big blind. So you can't always like say, I'm going to get a better spot in the future. There's probably not going to be a lot of better spots, especially when you're with a stack less than 20 big blinds. And you have a decent bounty on your head as well.
Yeah.
Those are all factors to consider. And like, this is a good spot. If you double up, then you got a lot of the table covered again. So you can take their bounties, you can pressure them. There's a lot of future considerations as well coming along with that call. So taking the flip in that spot, I think it's actually a good idea, especially in the blind battle against the chip leader. Even though you hate it. I mean, we've seen it. You hate it. You're mostly flipping, but you got to take it, I think.
Well, we've got a domination rotation situation as Kazjeo pairs their jack, wins this one. When we got down to 48, we had a couple of new players at the table. One of the players who's joined us is Eisenhower 1. That is Christian Jepsen, who is a former Sunday Million champion. Christian won a $109 Sunday Million a couple of years ago for nearly 112K. Also, in the 2015 Scoop main event, the 10K buy-in main event, Christian came 6th for 295K, has $7.6 million in PokerStars earnings.
It's so weird considering that this is just a total gamble fest that a good player made it through. It's pretty wild. I thought this was like a scratcher, more or less.
What number am I thinking of?
Dude, can we do Vegas Vacation on the podcast sometime?
Yeah, we should.
Mr. Papa Giorgio.
Give me a plate of the blue and don't go cheap on me.
Oh, so good.
So blind v blind. The aforementioned Eisenhower 1 with 8-6 offsuit in the small completes. McEnroy, ace-jack in the big.
So are people in Europe fans of Dwight D. Eisenhower, the American general and president? Or is this ironic? Or is this a different Eisenhower? What do we think's going on here?
I don't know. Maybe he admired Eisenhower?
Me neither. Yeah. Must have had something for him.
I mean, if you've ever road tripped across America, which many Europeans do, you have Eisenhower to thank for that. He's the one that built all the highways.
Oh, is that so? I didn't know that.
I mean, it was like most things. It was with war in mind.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't built for vacations.
Yeah.
But
You can still thank him.
Well,
what a
ace
classic
high
ace
still
king
ahead
board here.
But it's still the best hand.
Yep. Interesting that Karma didn't take a stab here with his gut shot. Now Igor is going for it and gets a fold.
So Andreas now tied at the top of the leaderboard with the Polish player Teflon. And Linsky from the UK is now third in chips. Suffice to say, it's changing and it's moving quite quickly. So much action during the first 40 minutes of day 2, down from 80 to 45 already.
See if we can have it. Hell of it by the time we hit the first break.
I mean, what, 5 eliminations in the next 15 minutes? Seems doable. Although inevitably, Joe, there feels like there has to become some point where it slows down.
I mean, who knows? This is a first. We're pioneers here.
That's right.
Spoiler alert, this is not the first time the Sunday Million has been a PKO.
What have we been banging on about? Like, this could just go from 80 to a final table in the first hour, just like butter.
I mean, it's another reason why that argument we just had with one of our viewers was completely pointless, because if I look back at my records, 90% of the Sunday Millions we've covered this year, and we are now halfway through the year, have been progressive knockout format. More a confirmation than a huge
By the way, which
change.
one of you guys lives in a Disney movie?
I'm guessing it's Felix.
Well,
The
yep.
PokerStars Arena does not have that much nature.
There's actually a laser grid that fries all birds as they approach the PokerStars Arena. You will not poop on the PokerStars Arena.
Bzz.
Yes, Felix, the answer to your question is we can hear the birds. And it's not unpleasant. I don't dislike it.
Is very
Yeah, I was
pleasant.
just about to say, it's pleasant, right? It's like a very, very nice sound. Especially for poker players who are sitting inside playing online poker.
Isn't it nighttime?
It's 8 o'clock. That's still the sun is shining.
The sun will be shining for a couple more hours.
Yeah.
McEnroy with ace king, Kuzjeo with jacks. Wonder where this is heading.
This is going to be a classic. Here we go. Or is McEnroy? No, he's not. Nope.
Wow. Huge flip and a king high flop. And it's McEnroy who doubles up to nearly 22 million, leaving Kuzjeo short with fewer than 10 big blinds.
Good question from Raksha. What Disney movie would I live in? Obviously, episode 5 of Star Wars.
Oh, come on.
Come
You
on.
can't retcon the original trilogy, Felix. I will allow you to say that the recent films are Disney, but the original trilogy, just because they now hold the rights, they're 20th Century Fox movies.
I would live. I would live in The Simpsons if I had to live in any Disney universe.
Trip 8s here for Eisenhower and a gut shot for Andreas.
Double gut shot?
Yeah, a double belly buster. Oh, painful.
Oh, get after it. Oh, yes.
Is happening. And that appearance from Barry Greenstein gives Christian Jepsen the full house, and he doubles up to nearly 15 million. Andreas down to 25 million again. That stack has done some yo-yoing today.
It's a
I really
real
don't.
easy
Sorry, go
come, easy go situation for Andreas so far. Like, just doesn't
Yeah.
really seem to be bothered about anything.
Well, I must say, I mean, it's pretty unlucky for him to run into an 8 there because he was in the big blind to his defense. So he is probably more likely to have an 8 in his range, and he accidentally ran against that rare
Right.
8 in Eisenhower's range. So
Yeah.
I think it was a decent play, and he had some equity as well. And you could take the bounty, so I don't mind the play at all.
Optimistic from McEnroy, but pairs there 7. Ace on the turn, and Kuzjao gets some chips back from McEnroy. Now playing around 7 million, 6.7 to be exact.
5's going in.
So down to 42 as we play down to a winner tonight. 9's all in. Andreas with King 10 of diamonds.
Oh, wow. I didn't expect that.
Easy come, easy go. I told you.
I think Andreas just likes bounties.
Yeah.
Yes, I think so too. I mean, I like bounties too, but I like that's a tad too loose for my taste. But
10
who
high
am I
flop.
to judge? There's a 10.
And the 10 will do it. And that is the elimination of Kuzjao. Both Capitars gone from the feature table. The chip leader back up above 30 million once again. Actually second in chips. It is Teflon who has got 35.5 million right now.
Now we got the question answered how Andreas actually got to this insane bounty stack of bounties. So
and Andreas has already pocketed $6,600 in prize money. And that is better than 8th place money.
Oh, man. It's so fun.
3,
And he
4,
makes it straight.
5, 6, 7. Yes, that I can confirm, Felix. I've verified it. An independent jury has ascertained that this is a straight.
Came back with the numbers. Still, it looks like a board where pocket 8s might still be good.
Run away, Nazar. Run away. Makes the call. So Andreas reclaims the top spot as the blinds go up to 200,000, 400,000.
And the thing is, with his image, I think he's going to get paid on a lot of his value hands. It's getting even juicier for him now. Like, if he makes a hand, I'm pretty certain people will pay him off. We saw one guy jamming a7 suited preflop, pocket 8s paid on the river. So I think he's really profiting off his image here as well.
Yeah.
It's so funny because in the event I ever have a stack, once I lose some of it, I'm like, nah, I'm never getting that back again. And Andreas is like,
That's how you do it. That's how you do it in a bounty tournament. That's how you play the big stack. You just enjoy the ride.
It's who has all the chips at the end that matters, not who had them in the middle of the tournament.
That's true. It's just one of those. I got aces in the big blind. Yay! No action. Okay. Well, maybe Jack 3 suited.
Tiny bit of action.
Oh yeah, he does give him some action.
Yeah,
Flops a
and
little something.
has a pair of 3s, but that's not really good against top set. There you go. That's my analysis for the evening. I'm done.
Still, given it's a blind battle, I think Eisenhower stick around for one more bet. No, he's not. Well, maybe that's why I'm losing all my chips so early. I never make it this far, because I would have probably made that call on the flop.
Would you have peeled with Jack 3 suited also?
Most likely not. I mean, I'm completing a lot in that spot, but I'd probably raise a lot of the suited hands there.
three-way to the flop. And we've got the diamond draw for Nazar. And 4's currently the best hand, but Nazar with the most equity.
Ooh. A little bit more.
Open-ended straight draw for Igor.
Tough spot. Because it's a big bet. Oh.
Oh my goodness. Hawkagin said 7 of diamonds river, please.
Wow.
Go out and play the numbers tonight, my friend.
Yeah. It is always coming 7. On this occasion, the 7 of diamonds, and that is the king high flush for Nazar, who bets 2.2 into 6.7. Igor rivers a pair. As Joe would say, whenever you have a straight draw, you always make a pair.
It's never the best pair either. It's a pair that you like feel compelled to call with and lose.
It's true. Absolutely true. You got so many outs, and then you hit one of those outs that you didn't want to hit.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
And Igor found a fold there. Well, we've got 2 players with artisanal sourdough. Andreas with ace-5 of clubs makes it $1 million. Igor's in the big blind with ace-5 of hearts.
I definitely favor clubs over hearts.
Okay.
I
Oh,
must say. Yep.
I'll take hearts.
Oh.
I'll take clubs.
I got one more.
Too
Oh,
late.
hard. Yeah, that's 1-1.
Well, if this goes to showdown, we know what's going to happen.
What's going to happen?
Well, Joe,
Checking it down.
that was a chop pot. You know what they say?
Everyone
loves a chop pot. Oh, Hippie H is disappointed. Thought Felix was going to join in. Denied.
I would rather someone not join in than do it bad on purpose. Sometimes Griffin likes to put his own little spin on it, and I would tell you I'd like to wring his neck sometimes.
Griffin decides to be creative.
Oh, you mean
Yeah.
I was supposed to sing with you guys? Oh, damn.
You're allowed to. It's not
I'm allowed to,
compulsory.
but like I got ratings from chat. 0 out of 10 for singing. Thank you. Appreciate that.
I mean, if you're looking on
Danny
the
Craven
internet for
says-
positive reviews, Felix, it's going to be a long night.
Yeah.
Dana says it sounded like the birds joined in. Felix didn't, but his little Disney
just
characters.
Summoned the birds.
So we are coming to the end of this session, and we're still at 41 players. Will we get to the break, having lost exactly 50% of the field? Coming into day 2 with 80, and now down at 41. Igor all in with ace-9 suited, but nah.
That's an interesting question. Does everyone loves a chop pot translate to German and still fit the tune? Let me think. Jeder mag einen Split Pot. Yeah, it actually does. Jeder
I thought the
mag
word
einen
for split pot was divide and potten.
No, not at all. Geteilten Pot, geteilter Pot. Jeder mag einen geteilten Pot. But that would actually fit. Jeder mag einen geteilten Pot. Yeah.
I love it. Love
You
it.
know what? If
That
we
works.
ever go back to Berlin, I would learn that
Yes.
for our triumphant return to Berlin, or even Austria.
You definitely should. I would celebrate so hard.
So Nazar opens with queen at 10 of strawberries, and with the dominating queen, Igor makes it 1.88.
Although I think James is a little gun shy about singing German on stream.
I'm all good.
Nah. We'll make him.
Uh-oh.
This is nice.
I mean,
Flash.
it's pretty much 50-50.
That is very German, by the way.
It is a street flash board, and it is the street part of it on the turn for Nazar. Straight to the queen.
That is a very German thing. Now there comes my German accent. This is a very German thing to say. It is street flash. That's what the Germans always say. They don't say straight, they say street. And they don't say flush, they say flash.
Maybe it was a German player who set it on the table that time.
Yep, for sure.
We just stole it from someone. It's what we do.
It's always the Germans coming up first with those things.
Coming up with original material is hard, Felix. Plagiarism saves time.
I learned long ago that you can plagiarize as long as you say it's an homage.
Well, Nazar is going to win
sounds much better.
The last hand of the level, and we are on break. A break which sees 41 players remaining in this week's Sunday Million from a starting field of 10,235. 80 came into day 2, 39 have gone so far, and 40 more will be eliminated over the course of this evening because we are playing down to a winner tonight. Andreas, who's at our feature table, the German player, still has the chip lead, came into day 2 as the big stack, and currently has 37.5 million. We'll be back to the action inside of 5 minutes. A chance for us to chat with Felix during the break. Felix, how have things been? What have you been up to?
Life is awesome at the moment. Like a lot of things have changed for me. Like I've started streaming live events. I've not been streaming a lot of online poker recently. I played the first week of Scoop, and then after that, I started to travel around a lot because we found a lot of joy in actually trying to stream from live events. So that was an accident, actually. I just took my camera, kicked off the stream when I was playing live, and people on my stream, they enjoyed it so much that we actually made this a whole thing and a whole program. So we basically decided that PokerStars, with all the upcoming live events that we have here on the PokerStars circuit, that they're just going to send me to all the live events, and then my team and me, we're going to stream directly from the table and do something that people have never done before, or that nobody actually does.
Yeah. Like what are they looking at? Do you show your hold cards? Do they see your face? Do you talk to them? Like, how does that work?
So it's basically just people looking at what I see. So they either look at my cards when we stream with delay, or they don't look at my cards. They just look at my stack, and I can talk to them. I'm the kind of weirdo that sits at the table and just talks to his phone and talks to chat a little bit when I get the chance. I usually don't talk that much, but I mean, the table talk alone is entertainment enough.
Yeah.
I usually let people know that when I'm at the table, I let them know we're live on Twitch. And so far, everybody has been like super thrilled about it. Like they've been asking about it. Nobody was there to say like, I don't want to be on camera, or please don't film me or whatnot. So everybody was interested, and the table talk was always amazing, and people really enjoyed that. And it's also like, when you get into a poker room and you get that chip shuffle sound, that's what people really enjoy listening to. They kick off the stream and they hear like all that chip shuffle sound in the background. It's just like a soothing noise, like an ASMR type of thing. And that just kind of kicked off with our stream, and it stuck.
Why we love having the background noise of the PokerStars arena whenever we stream online poker. Have you had many people object, Felix? Anyone who's kind of like, I don't agree with this. This shouldn't be allowed. I don't want to be anywhere near this. And, this is a violation of the rules.
I actually was very, very afraid of things like that happening, but they never did. Like, actually, everybody I met at the table, they were just asking about this. Where can I watch this? Like, can I actually see your hand? They're really interested about it. Like, people are opening up about these things, and I'm very open. Like, when I get to the table, I talk to people about it. I say, I'm going to record this. Are you fine with it? Anybody doesn't like it? And I don't know, like there's been nothing but positive reactions so far. And it's actually been really in a way that people really like the table atmosphere really got a lot more relaxed this way. And people were really enjoying themselves a bit more, at least I found.
That's cool.
Like,
that's cool. So where have you been in the world? I mean, you're right. There's live events have come back in a big way. We've obviously had a couple of EPTs this year. We know that the regional tours have restarted. So we've had the UK IPT, the Eureka, the Estrellas. Obviously, Road to PSPC is now a thing as well. So where has this job taken you so far?
Yes, we started out in Liechtenstein, went to Malta right after that for the Battle of Malta. Then right after that, UK IPT Dublin. Then back to Licht, then actually to Roswadov for the Eureka, for the first Eureka again. That was a lot of fun at King's Casino. And then we went to Liechtenstein again for the first road to PSPC, where I was actually able to hand my buddy Flushy his Platinum Pass for getting it in that Dare to Stream challenge. And he was super pumped. We took him along for the ride, and we also gave another Platinum Pass to the winner, who was a Swiss guy, Ramon. And that was just an amazing experience. And having the stream with me and just having people, watch us live while we actually play for the Platinum Pass and hand over the Platinum Pass, that was a great experience for sure.
Awesome. So I guess you're going to try and get to as many of these as you can. But in addition, I know that when we were in Monte Carlo, right, you were streaming EPT Monte Carlo in German.
Yeah.
So I'm guessing, will that probably be the plan for Barcelona as well?
Well, I'm not sure. I actually want to be in Barcelona,
I bet.
But maybe I can combine the two and still, play and maybe comment a little bit in German. I would love that. Well, let's see about it. But yeah, my plans are actually to come to Barcelona and play, because I love the stop so much. And Barcelona is just one of the most amazing EPT stops, and I just want to be there. Also, I've never played an EPT main event before, actually, so I'm trying to still qualify for one. It's still on my bucket list. I mean, I've played a 25K at the Bahamas.
James has played an EPT main.
It's true. It's true. Well, look, we'll talk more about Barcelona. We'll talk more about your schedule of events in a while, but we have got action restarting on day 2 of the Sunday Million. Joe gets to take a 55-minute break, but Felix, you're stuck with me, buddy, because we are going to analyze the action as we return to our feature table. Still have the chip leader, still have Nazar, who's got jacks here in the big blind, facing an opening raise from Igor.
Oh, tough spot for jacks. I still think this is probably going in, because McElroy can be quite light here, trying to go after the bounty. Yeah, and Nazar finds the jam. I'm not sure, actually, Fulham fan. What is it? I think it's either it's spelled Liechtenstein with EI. No, IE. Sorry, IE. And it's not Liechtenstein. It's Liechtenstein with a very long IE. Yeah.
I think I'm right in saying, and bear in mind I'm remembering my German studies from many years ago, Felix, that if you have the double vowel, it's the second vowel that you pronounce.
That would be Liechtenstein. Is it? No, yeah.
I have no idea.
Probably.
Well, Jack's hold here. Andreas does not eliminate Igor. Igor doubles up to 10 million, and now we have sevens for McEnroy.
A lot of jacks that we had in this session so far.
The road to PSPC format, as you referenced, obviously a platinum pass to the winner, and
yeah,
I love the fact that that's kind of the cherry on top, right? That's the carrot that gets people to come to these events, but they are in and of themselves fun, relatively affordable MTTs, 400 euro price point, and that means if you get close to 1,000 players, the prize pool is going to be significant, and you're going to see a decent return on investment if you can make it to the final table.
Absolutely. Yeah, there has actually been close to 100K for firsts in that first one, that 400 euro buy-in event. Wow. We had 820 people were playing, and roughly 1,000 entries, so 200 re-entries. And that made up for first place money of, including the Platinum Pass, 100K. They made a deal in the end and played for the Platinum Pass, and still that was super exciting because they still played for another 30K, which is quite tough.
I mean,
still.
It's the reality is you can't chop a Platinum Pass. That has to be played for, and that is, as we know, a very it's worth 30K in value, but also for many people it's going to mean more than its simple cash value. It's the experience that it actually brings.
It's the experience. Yeah, it's been the experience of a lifetime for me, and I can definitely relate. And I can only encourage people to try and get one and play for one wherever you get the chance. And playing for it in a live event is actually the best training you can get.
I
it's
don't
like
disagree.
Like a win-win situation.
I don't disagree. Again, we'll talk about this a bit later on in the show, but the most recent episode of the Poker in the Ears podcast, we did a kind of catch up on where things stand with the PSPC, because qualification's been going on for a few years now. But crucially, there are still opportunities to win Platinum Passes and join the 300 people who've already bagged their seats. And I think the road to PSPC is awesome. And again, I would direct you to go to PokerStarsLive.com. Appreciate that you might not be able to get everywhere in the world, but chances are, if you look at the itinerary for the next few months, there will be a stop relatively close to you. Most European countries have at least one road to PSPC between now and the autumn.
And you can come and meet me. I'll be at pretty much every one of them, and we'll be streaming live from those events. We'll be taking the stream with us and then just go live. So if you want to be a part of that, you want to meet me there, I'll be more than happy to see you and come and say hi.
I just said the Platinum Pass was the carrot. No, meeting Felix Schneiders, that's your incentive.
There you go.
The Platinum Pass is a bonus.
And that's for free, actually. That's for free.
Yeah. You don't even have to play a single hand of poker. You don't have to win a pot to meet and talk to Felix.
Well, you'll bring me vegan chocolate. You just better make sure you bring me chocolate. Pie Face. What's up, Pie? I'm probably not going to Malta because that's a little bit too stressful. There's a lot of events that I'm planning to go to, but this one's not quite fitting the schedule.
So Andreas, who's dropped into second place on the leaderboard, not quite back into first. In fact, Teflonjik, the Polish player, who has kind of been trading places with Andre at the top of the rankings, currently has close to 40 million. So Teflon ahead right now, Andreas second in chips, and we are now down to the final 5 tables, 38 remaining. The field, by the way, in case you want the breakdown, 7,442 unique players, 2,793 re-entries. They played to 80 last night. Now 38 are going to play down to a winner, and that will happen sometime, I imagine, around midnight UK time, 1 a.m. Central European time, but we've seen it can go quicker. If an aggressive player gets all the chips and decides to just punish everyone and runs pure, we could be done.
Well, if Andreas just keeps playing the way he played so far, this might be over fast. Oh no, I have to correct myself. Playing and running the way he's been running so far. So we got another matchup here. Ace-King against Ace-Jack and potentially pocket fours in the big blind for Igor, depending on what Nazar does. I'd assume he flats. Yeah, I like the flat, actually, especially against the under-the-gun raise. Does allow Igor to come along now.
Yeah. Igor hungry for chips.
What is he thinking about so long? Oh, just calls. Okay, here we go.
Queen 8-8, which means pocket fours still the best hand.
Also interesting, given that Igor is going to be the one who has most of the 8x in his range, since he is in the big blind. He's calling a lot of 8x combinations there, most likely. But he decides to leave it to Andreas, just like Nazar.
We have a new blind level, 250,000, 500,000, 15-minute blind levels at this point of the Sunday Million, and they will be 15 minutes until the conclusion.
By the way, is that the logo of the Vegas Vikings? Is that the Vikings? Am I correct? Is that like a sporting thing? I'm not sure. Maybe I'm embarrassing myself here.
So there's the Vegas Golden Knights, right? That's the hockey team.
Oh, Golden Knights, not Vikings, yeah.
Is that their logo?
Yes, I think. Am I right? Maybe. Chat knows best. Golden Knights, there we go.
Joe Stapleton to the rescue. You're meant to be on break. Go and do something useful with your time. Wow. Ace-Jack, Ace-Jack, Ace-Queen, Ace-King.
And King Queen. What is going on here?
Well, King Queen is folded. Ace-Jack is relatively short here. Just over 11 big blinds for Joe, who commits. That is a virtual all-in.
That's a huge 3-bet. Oh, yeah. That's because he's only so short.
Yeah.
I was just about to say, such a huge 3-bet.
Now, if Igor...
This could be an insane spot.
No, Igor
Nope,
folds.
he folds. Now, Andreas might actually think about it.
Oh, wow.
Oh, yes, he's going for it.
Andreas shoves.
Snap call.
Karma calls all in. Joe sticks the rest in. Three-way all in. 2 hearts on the flop.
Oh, flush draw on the
flush on the turn.
God.
Andreas gets them dirty. Double KO. And Andreas is now up to 50 million, reclaiming his position as chip leader. Oh.
Holy shit. He felt it coming. I'm pretty sure he felt it coming.
And just like that, we are down to 35. Double KO from the feature table. Down to 34. A few bust outs from the other tables as well.
By the way, before we get the standard yada yada rigged comments in the chat, this is exactly the way I busted in one of my live events recently when I was at the final 2 tables. I had kings against aces and against ace-jack suited. And obviously ace-jack suited won, needless to say.
Well,
this happens every single time.
I'm going to require evidence of that, Felix, because I have lots of people on the internet telling me that this only happens online.
This only happens online, yes.
Yeah.
Obviously. Yeah. I do have that evidence on my stream, but it's probably been taken down because, you know, maybe conspiracy theories and stuff. This can't happen live.
This contradicts the narrative.
Down, Felix. Yes. We have to take your content down.
Now, this is a situation where Andreas may be gifting some of those chips, however, because Eisenhower, with just over 20 big blinds, pocket aces, if they re-raise here, I don't think Andreas is going to really shy away from getting more in. Oh, just flats. Just flats.
Just a flat. I actually like it. It's a good play. I mean, in this particular instance, it's probably not, because he's very unlikely to get all the chips in on most boards when Andreas just has 7s. But since Andreas is opening such a wide range and probably folding still a lot of hands to a jam, this makes perfect sense to just flat call aces in that situation. I love these spots with aces. You just know what to do. It's just like call, 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 not fold.
1 million called. And I wonder if Andreas slows down now. I'm not sure Andreas knows how to slow down.
Yeah, me neither.
No.
I mean, it wouldn't be too bad of a spot to generally bluff here, because Eisenhower probably not always is going to have a king in that spot. But once he gets called here on the turn, I think it's time to shut down, unless he hits a 7. Yeah, and he shuts down.
Yeah.
Now, this is interesting for Eisenhower, actually. Can he go for thin value here in that situation? Because Andreas would probably have shoved the king himself, which means that he's very unlikely to have a king in that situation, which might give Eisenhower incentive to value bet here.
No, checks it back, but still wins a 10 million chip pot and is up to nearly 17 million. Andreas still leads with 48 million. 32 players remaining. That means we are down to the final 4 tables in this week's Sunday Million. 4 tables of 8. It is now an 8 max event, in case you missed last week's announcement.
That was quick.
M560.
No action on this one.
Yeah. Andreas has now claimed $6,946 in bounties.
It's insane.
And has, since the start of the day, Felix, had that red target, which means Andreas is the single biggest bounty available right now. But of course, that head prize not in play. Andreas has every other player covered.
Yeah. He is the bounty boss.
And current payout with 31 remaining. That means there will have been a money jump. Yep, with 31 remaining, we're now paying players $796.18. Next jump when we're down to 23.
I can't help but read 5-6 offsuit in that guy's name. That's all I see. 5-6 offsuit, 5-6 offsuit.
Bora Paradox, I'm going to assume you're new around these parts. So first of all, hello, welcome. I wonder if these tournaments will always be broadcast like this from now on. We have been streaming the Sunday Million pretty much every single week since the end of 2020. So this is, will be the second full year that we've done it. Now, obviously, there are some exceptions. When there's a major online series like Scoop or WCoop, we'll focus on that, but it's still online coverage. And, of course, when we're away at a big live event, Felix and I were talking about EPT Barcelona. Everyone wants to be in Barcelona. And, of course,
yes,
the Twitch and YouTube channels, PokerStars will be streaming that. But most weeks, the majority of the time, you will get to see either the Sunday Million or the final table of a major MTT or a major online series. So, yeah, Monday nights, we're pretty much here every week. Could have just answered that by saying yes, couldn't I?
Yes. How many Sunday Millions are you commenting on? Yes. What would you say was the most memorable Sunday Million win in all of the Sunday Million streaming history for the last couple years that you did that?
That's a tough one. And I want to sound like it's a cop-out, and I'm not going to pretend that I remember all of them. But what is fascinating, Felix, is each one has its own identity, its own narrative, its own pace, its own flow. And a bit like Joe, I enjoy it when it's unpredictable and what I guess poker purists might consider to be a bit of a car crash. I like it when you've got people who've either qualified or maybe are taking a shot, who aren't that proficient, who don't follow a GTO strategy and are just kind of like, you could cruelly say clicking buttons, but actually probably just enjoying themselves and playing for more money than they ever have before and maybe ever will again.
Yeah, I can imagine. Like what you're saying about the on floor. I mean, we've seen Andreas be the one-man show basically so far. So this is the tone of this Sunday Million, and I guess there's a lot of different stories for different people in a Sunday Million like this that you can tell a narrative about, right?
Yes, absolutely. You know, I think we've had a situation, and I think maybe it was last year that this was particularly prevalent, where there was one player who just made day 2 of the Sunday Million for like 3 consecutive weeks, and then it became like 4 weeks out of 6, and that's absurd because you're talking about you know, anything between 10 and 12,000 entries, and only the top between 80 and 100 come back for day 2, and this player was there consistently for you know the majority of the time. Yeah, I think again it is a bit of a cop out, but Potemk isn't wrong. Vanessa Cade winning the biggest ever Sunday Million, that anniversary last year, that is particularly memorable.
I was actually watching this one.
Hectic Mulk is the player I was talking about. The player who had that phenomenal run, Felix, where they kept coming back week after week. Hectic Mulk was that player.
Hectic Mulk. I'll keep it in mind when I see him at the tables. I'll be starstruck. So Mr. 5-6 offsuit puts it in with ace king, and I'm pretty sure McEnroy is going to fold because that's way too many chips. Approximately 20 bigs.
I like that deduction, by the way, that it's Mr. 5-6 offsuit. I enjoy that. Mr. 5-6 offsuit. Absolutely. Yes. Absolutely.
I think it's his favorite hand or something like this. It must be.
Will there be a day that the Sunday Million will change name with the lower guarantee since a few years ago? Is it my imagination, or is the guarantee not still a million? And that's basically where the name comes from. I mean, I wouldn't disagree with you. If the guarantee was lower than a million, you can't call it the Sunday Million anymore.
Yeah.
But it's still a million. It's not a lower guarantee than before. I mean, I will concede that there are certain weeks where the total prize pool has been bigger, That's true. And obviously, those anniversary events are massive. But the standard guarantee for the weekly Sunday Million is $1 million. Thank you, Scumbag Salesman, who points out that the math does check out.
I came back with the numbers.
And again, something we talked about last week, Felix, is that the Sunday Million has gone through a number of changes since it started in 2006. Yes, it used to be a $215 freeze out. And for many people, that was it in its purest form, and that's what it should be. But here's the reality. People wanted re-entries, so re-entries were added. People were more willing to play around the 109 price point. It became $109. People didn't want to be playing for 17 hours in a single day. It became a 2-day event. So these changes happen because these things have to evolve. Will it always be a PKO for the foreseeable future? Yes. Will it still be a PKO in 2027? I don't know.
Yeah, we don't know what the developments of poker are going to be in the next couple of years, but PKO is a popular format, and people enjoy it a lot. And people also, I think, enjoy the 109 buy-in, even though it was heavily discussed, I remember, in the beginning. But when I asked people from the player pool, the community that I play poker with, that we stream for, they're happy that they can play a 109 from time to time and can just satellite in there or play a Sunday Million for $109. It's something they're much more comfortable doing than play a 215. And getting a couple bounties out of your first investment is also something that's very helpful, especially for players that are really looking at a bigger investment here to play a Sunday Million from time to time like this. If they get their first bounties, it makes the experience a little bit better for them.
I know it's such an obvious thing to say, but it is true. The fact that you can make money before you burst that bubble.
Make money
immediately from the first orbit even. That is appealing to people. They know that they don't necessarily, they might not cash out for a huge profit, but if they know they can play for a couple of hours and actually make some cash. True. And that is a double up for Diogo.
Wow, Andreas really
now
went.
We've got Diogo.
Andreas went for pretty much an any 2 call there with the 4 deuce offsuit.
Yeah.
So if he calls 4 deuce offsuit, he's pretty much calling every single hand except maybe 3 deuce offsuit. I don't know about that one.
I don't think Andreas is going to be happy until they've got $10,000 in bounty money. That's clearly the target.
He leaves that impression.
Fast track to 10K.
Yes, I just love what your band said. It's PKO brings out the madman in people, and I think that's pretty cool for a poker table dynamic. Some people get looser, some people get tighter, some people go for the bounties, some people don't even pay attention to the bounties, and that's good. And I think that makes it very interesting.
Black Plant, there is a PokerStars community forum, but I'm going to say that the PokerStars Discord server is a great place to actually communicate your feelings about anything to do with PokerStars, and there are people from the team in there who will engage and come back to you on stuff like tournament formats, software, etc. But regarding changes to the Sunday Million, it's pure and simple. People vote with their feet. And the reality is, if people play it, you see the numbers go up. You understand what formats work. You understand what people want, purely based on customer demand. That's what's driven these changes over the years.
Mm-hmm. So Mr. 5-6 offsuit flops a flush draw, and he has the better kicker to his 10. But now the kicker isn't really playing, is it? Both have 10 high.
Going to say McEnroy's got more equity than I thought they would have. Then I realized that most goes towards a chop.
It's weird, right? Seeing 10 high have 40% equity.
It's mostly split pot equity, but this is a ambitious bet.
He's going for it. I love the heart. Maybe he goes for it. I mean, he can get it done now with the third bullet.
Can you imagine? I mean, I don't have the stones to bluff all in on the river with just 10 high and get my opponent to fold a chop. But McEnroe, if you do this, you'll be hero of the day. It's not a real award.
for sure. He goes for it.
There you go. McEnroe 24,
fold,
you are our hero of the day. There is no prize. I want to make that absolutely clear. There is absolutely no prize.
You know, it's one of those spots then when I'm in McEnroe's shoes and I don't know what my opponent has and I jam the river in that spot, I feel like the best poker player ever. But I just didn't know that I just folded out pretty much the same hand and he just had like a draw. It's like, I feel like, probably made him fold a king or a 9 or at least like a pair. But actually he just folded 10 high. But on paper, it looks so great. Oh, another one for Andreas. Maybe he goes for it.
Yeah.
No. Well, I was thinking too. Like I was surprised he didn't go for it this time.
Andreas is currently third in chips, Felix. In fact, there are 3 players pretty much tied for the chip lead. All have around 40 million. El Miao, Dammit, and Andreas. El Miao is from Argentina. Andreas is from Germany. And Dammit is playing from Ukraine.
We got kings for Mr. 5-6 offsuit. And he's probably going to clash with Igor. Pretty sure Igor has a spot where he's very likely to just jam. Pocket 8. I'm pretty sure he will. Because it is a good spot, to be honest. He just runs into the top range, unfortunately. Needs an 8.
And that is one of the Brazilian contingent dispatched. Igor KO'd by Mr. 5-6 offsuit. Bounty claimed. We're down to 27. We're almost at the final 3 tables.
This is going even faster.
So we've got Andreas in the small blind with Jack-10. Eisenhower in the big blind with 8-3. We are at the 300-600 blind level. Blinds will be going up in just over 10 minutes' time. Andreas shoves small to big, gets a fold.
He sticks to his plan. Never change a winning team.
Niels says Eisenhower is a shark, right? Absolutely. Eisenhower is Christian Jepsen from Sweden. 7.6 million in stars earnings. Won the Sunday Million a couple of years ago. Also made the final table of the 10K Scoop main event back in 2015.
Now I'm curious to see what Andreas is going to do with Pocket Force here. With the sailboats, as they say. Just calls.
Flats
Just
the
a
raise
call.
from
Oh!
Fubu, who's got the flush draw, but it's a set for Andreas.
Action flop. Huge action flop.
Well, Mr. Stapleton would say, always bet your set. Small, 900K.
What's Meaty Fubu's plan here? Is he going to check raise or just check call? And it's a very, very tiny bet.
How meaty.
Out of roughly 4 million.
Are you going to make it? All of it. Very, very meaty. Snap called.
Snap.
No diamond. It's the full house. And meaty Fubu drawing dead on the turn. Then KO'd. Another bounty for Andreas, who's back in the catbird seat. 55 million chips and 7.5 grand near enough in head prizes.
Insane run for Andreas, really. I mean, it's one thing to flop a set. It's the other thing to actually get action from a weaker hand, and he does.
But there have been so many moments, Felix, where it looks like, oh no, Andreas is now imploding, and the stack's going down to like 20 million, 80 million. And the next thing you know, chip leader again.
He's up again, yeah. Like, to me right now, Andreas seems to be totally fearless. Like, totally, I don't care what's happening. I'm just going for every single spot that I get.
Yeah.
I like the attitude. Oh, and the gut shot for Mr. 5-6 offsuit. Bluffs at the wrong time.
It's never going to stop being funny.
Nope.
And
Two pair. Counterfeit.
3-pair now for McEnroy.
The good old 3-pair, yeah. I was just about to say it.
Well, it's better than Jack High.
But it's going to be interesting to see if our man, the man, Mr. 5-6 offsuit, is going to bluff at it. Time back running down. Check. No. No, no, no. It's one of those spots where in McEnroy's shoes I would be like, please don't bet, please don't bet, please don't bet.
Yeah.
Ah, nice.
Good chance for Diogo here to get another double up. Pocket sevens in the big blind. Andreas is open with fours and is likely to call the shove.
Yes, I was just about to say, I think this is going in again.
And Diogo with the dominating pair. Come on, Andreas, we know you're not folding. Fewer than 10 big blinds with a pair.
Obviously.
Have it.
Needs a 4. No 4.
No.
How? I mean, I was thinking he can't lose right now, but he can.
So Diogo's doubled up to 12 million. Average stack right now is 19.6 million with 26 players remaining, 2 away from the final 3 tables.
It might also be Martin 56 from Oslo, not Mr. 5-6 offsuit.
No, I'd go with your initial. I'd go with your gut, Felix. Go with your initial.
Yeah.
Well, top pair for Eisenhower. Domination, rotation in the Swedes' favour.
Barrels again. Gets a fold.
Yeah.
Worst hand wins.
So Eisenhower just below average right now. Currently playing 6-handed on this feature table.
Now, I think in McEnroy's shoes, I would usually think, well, I got a blocker. I could actually open. We're just 6-handed. But there's Andreas in the big blind, so I don't want to mess with him. So I'm just folding ace-2's offsuit there as well.
Fig Alex. 9s in the small.
This could actually be a thing here. Andreas might consider calling with king high. It's a little bit more than 10 big blinds. Yes, here we go.
Does it?
Why not?
Oh, wow.
Because what
wow. How did he hold? How did Fig Alex hold there? You're up against a flush draw and the open-ended straight draw and your opponent misses?
You know, I was just about to say that we had that earlier, and I think like on that board, it's just too many outs. You just see it directly. It's not coming. It's just not coming.
Yeah, but
too much of a tease.
I was reading something from some poker experts on a streaming platform, and they said that it's always biased against the big stack, Felix. So the big stack should have won that, according to all these conspiracy theorists. Sorry, all these experts.
Yeah, this cannot be right. There must be a glitch in the matrix. Definitely, this is not correct. How could the big stack lose this one? But as I said, in my experience, this also happens in live events when you have so many outs, too many outs. They're just not coming. It's just you're too safe. You're thinking of yourself too safe, and then it's not coming. The universe is saying no. It's just saying no. Just wants to put out a big tease there. Okay,
yeah,
I'm just joking.
Rax is going to report it to the product team. We've got to fix the glitch.
To make an honest statement about this whole big stack thing, I think it's very interesting that people get so what do you say? What's the word? Confirmation bias here? Is it maybe confirmation bias?
Yes, absolutely.
Because I mean, the big stack takes more spots than any other stack will, so you will see a lot more all-ins and a lot more calls and a lot more spots where variance can actually do its thing. And that's why you probably also see or experience or have the feeling that the big stack wins more often, because the big stack is more involved than any other stack in more pots. So obviously he'll win more pots as well.
Don't come in here with your German reasoning and logic. No one's interested in that.
I know. I tried. At least I tried. You know, I'm a sponsored ambassador, so I got to do what I what I can do best to at least try and explain it in a sensible way.
You should have just stuck with your original analysis. Too many outs.
Yeah, too many outs. Yeah, that's what I say. I mean, it's the same thing that I say at a live poker table when people ask me, I couldn't have done anything different, could I? No, of course not. I mean, you played it perfectly. What else is there to say?
Well, Jack High is still ahead here. This is a blind v blind confrontation between McEnroy and Mr. 5-6 offsuit.
He has the good old 4 high.
Well, can't really call with 4 high. You can certainly do that.
Yep.
Down to 25, so 1 away from being 8-handed again. 1 away from being down to the final 3 tables. There is a new chip leader, by the way, Felix. Andreas is second on the leaderboard, but Linsky99 from the UK currently has 65 million chips.
Wow. Getting the table 6-handed will also make it even easier for Andreas to do his thing. I always love it when the table gets 6-handed. Like recently in a live game, especially when the action gets faster and people are willing to actually succumb more to aggression because they're not used to it. That's what I love most in poker tournaments. No action so far.
Blinds are going to be going up in a couple of minutes' time. It's one of the funky levels, though, that you don't... This is something you don't see live. 350,000, 700,000 blinds.
Yes, that's true. I'm liking the summer background. Yes, I bring that with me here from Germany. Straight from Germany.
Ace 5 suited. Fig Alex opens to 1.2. McEnroy with ace queen.
Here comes the 3-bet. Now, Fig Alex has position, but it's quite a significant amount of his stack to call. I would be surprised to see anything else but a fold. But who knows? Nope, there's a fold. And Andreas has jacks again. No, he hasn't had jacks before, but we have seen a lot of jacks at this table.
Opens to 1.5. Eisenhower on the button with queen 10. McEnroy in the small blind with 4s.
Wow.
Okay.
Eisenhower tries a play here.
Yeah. So McEnroy doesn't really have a tough decision. Can legitimately and easily fold those 4s, but I don't think...
In general, I think, the spot is very, very, very good for Eisenhower in general because Andreas is going to open a wide range.
Yeah. And there you go. 2 things happen. We break a table. We're down to 24. 3 tables of 8, plus the blinds are now up to the aforementioned 350, 700k blind level.
Petrushka comes to the table.
Yes, and Nazar is back. Nazar was moved off this table earlier and is now returned.
Yeah, Nazar's back. I just realized. Eisenhower with the queen 10 offsuit again. Let's see if he takes a stab at this one. Yes, he does. Now, McEnroy, option to 3-bet or to call. He just goes with a call. I would have expected a 3-bet since he covers Eisenhower and can apply quite a bit of pressure here.
Yeah.
But he has position, so he can do whatever he wants.
With 24 remaining, we are on a money jump right now. Current payout is $796. 23rd place, 1,116. So we're starting to get close to the 4-figure scores. Or rather,
Eisenhower hitting top pair.
There. Yes, 80% for Eisenhower with Queen 10.
Gets a call by pocket sevens, and pocket sevens improve to a gut shot. Tough to play, I think, because the 9 brings some scary some scary hands for Eisenhower. Like 7-8 gets there, 10-9 makes 2 pair, but he still goes for another value bet. That's probably just the right sizing for McEnroy to peel another one off, because it's so tiny. Yes, and he does.
And doesn't get there, though. Instead, it's trip 10s for Eisenhower.
It's a great river for Eisenhower. And he jams. Interesting.
I mean,
looks like a board where sevens could be good, but then again, I mean, there's no real natural bluffs, as in the backdoor flush got there, a straight got there, so there's no real
straighty flushy bluff. Paired board, let it go.
Yeah. Yeah.
Minimal Oman asks table switch. Good response from Horatio. In my humble opinion, it's more fun to follow a single table instead of jumping around like usual. I think if the table is entertaining, if it's delivering the action, if it's keeping us on the edge of our seats, we don't need to switch it. If there's not a lot happening, if it's a bit dry, if there's some other players we want to follow, then we switch. I think it's like everything in poker, Felix, it depends. And here, Andreas has provided so much entertainment, I don't want to lose sight of this player right now.
We got a fun table. I mean, we got Andreas ramping it up. We got Mr. 5-6 offsuit, who we still haven't figured out quite yet. And we got the machine, Eisenhower, who's a huge, huge crusher. Oh, wow. McEnroy makes the call with ace-high, and
Barry
gets there.
Barry Greenstein, robe flapping open, makes another appearance.
And checks it back. That's always, I hate those spots. Like when you keep on firing with the better hand and somebody makes their hand and they just check it back. Yeah. Because obviously it's tough to get value, so you got to admit. But still, the feeling for the player with the better hand before that river just feels like, so you just made your hand and you checked it back? That feels like so unnecessary. So in my face.
Well, this has been folded to Nazar on the button, who's got ace-queen, is playing.
This could be another Andreas special.
Over
and
20
if Nazar
bigs.
Opens.
But gets it in.
Jam.
And Andreas does not like to fold pairs. Calls it a flip.
Nope. He calls.
Queen high flop. And
he needs a
that
4.
is a double up for Nazar. And that changes the dynamic again as Andreas drops down into 7th place on the leaderboard. I think this is the lowest Andreas has been, Felix, since the start of day 2.
Yeah. But I have faith. I think he's going to climb up again, just like he did before. I mean, he's just lost the coin flip. Let's face it.
Yeah.
But yeah, it will probably slow him down maybe a little bit. But then again, we've gotten to know him as quite the guy to take all the spots. No action from Mr. 5-6 offsuit, even though he had such a huge hand.
Ollie, don't worry. The animations will be back soon. For the next few weeks, well, last week, this week, and next week, it's what we call a production, Hartigan at Home production. So it's a bit of a slimmed down operation, as I am running the entire show myself. Then Joe and I are going to be on holiday for a couple of weeks, and Mr. Nicholas Walsh will be in charge of proceedings. But then once we get into mid-July, it'll be the usual Monday night stream team, the usual setup, and you will have snowmans. You will have street flash parties. You will have discos.
Hero calls.
And hero calls gone wrong. You'll have it all. What I like is now you have to imagine them. If Griffin were here, he likes to try and perform them. The problem is that his performances are not good, and also he confuses them. So he's not sure which music or which noise goes with which animation.
Everybody likes a hero call. Oh no, that was wrong.
And Eisenhower gets 3-bet by McEnroy out of the small blind.
Interesting spot now. I mean, dynamic-wise, McEnroy could be 3-betting with the wide range, so Eisenhower might actually consider jamming because he has just enough stack to generate some fold equity. And he does. He goes for it. Wow, I love that play. That's something I need to put into my game. I think I'm not taking those spots often enough, but they're good, as you can see, because if you're 3-bet by the stack that covers you when you're opening on the button, chances are you're up against quite a wide range of hands.
Yeah. Tom, of course I missed the animations. I love the animations. I never stop clicking buttons when we've got the animations. Now if I click a button, suddenly Joe's face will appear and we'll go to the wrong table. So I have to kind of hold off.
But that's the magic about them. Now you miss them, and then you know you love those animations. So you're really happy once they're back. Even happier.
Exactly. Exactly. We just have to focus on the poker for a few weeks.
Yes. Even 4-5 suited gets folded on the button. I could not get myself to fold that hand. But then again, Diogo is very short, so I understand. I understand. Now, Nazar could actually just jam, but he decides to raise to 3x. Which I think is fine.
(10-9) offsuit for Eisenhower. Petrushka in the big blind with 10-9 suited, a.k.a. the Grafton.
What made this hand the Grafton? I don't know the story behind it, I think.
Because Samuel was a huge advocate of playing 10-9 suited as either a call, a 3-bet, or an open. Hand with a lot of possibilities. And
yeah, it's a great hand.
Therefore, it just got named after him.
Okay. Well, it's a great hand. I think
that Spraggy once punted it off with ace-7 offsuit, so now ace-7 offsuit is the Spraggy. Yeah, yeah.
So I probably need a hand too at some point, right? If I don't have a hand named after me, I haven't made it in poker. I mean,
yeah,
that's definitely a thing. So what would your hand be, James, if a hand would be named after you?
I don't know. I mean, I pretty much fold everything, so...
I'm thinking myself because I couldn't come up with a hand either.
Oh, this is just absolutely hilarious. There's some poor person who's come into the chat on Twitch this evening to ask about whether there's any prospect of the big game coming back. gets trolled by Joe Stapleton, who says, the big game, you, and the guy is arguing with the host of that TV show that it wasn't that bad. Then Joe responds, they're bringing the big game back, but it's going to be hosted by Chris Rose and Scott Huff, the gag being that he's been eliminated from the lineup. And the guy's response is, oh, okay, thanks for letting me know. He's pretty now gone away thinking there's going to be a new series of the big game.
Oh, boy. No, 5-6 couldn't be my hand because that's Mr. 5-6 offsuit's hand. Can't be mine. So Nazar is opening his range now with the Queen 6 suited. That's a pretty hand, I understand.
Yeah.
Yeah, the threes, that could be my hand. But, I mean, there must be some sort of like memorable moment that you have with it that makes it worthwhile to have a hand be your hand, right?
So Nazar opens with the ace-jack. Eisenhower 3-betting from the button with 10-8 suited, making life a little bit easier for Mr. 5-6 offsuit in the big with king-jack. Down to 21 now.
It's super interesting to see how somebody like Eisenhower manages to maintain his stack just by playing without seeing any showdowns. We've seen him lose a couple of medium-sized pots in where he didn't have the right timing, but other than that, he's just chipping up without any showdowns, and picking good spots.
Yeah,
that's what makes somebody like him a world-class player, I think. It's always the spots where you're sort of like under the radar and nobody really pays a lot of attention that you're stealing chips from them. And yet here he is with 27 million.
So King Queen bets the flop, but it's top the 5-6 off, who check raises.
Reasonable play given the drawy board texture. It's a lot of things that he wants to protect his hand from and that he gets value from, weaker tens and the draws. But he runs against a hand that is not going to give him any more action anyways.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think it's one of those spots where when you see the cards, when you know what the cards are, you're going to be screaming, no, just call, don't check raise. But like in general, this is not what poker is about, right? It's about making the right play against a full range of hands and not against that particular one. But it's so tempting when you know the cards all the time.
Well, look at this. Both Eisenhower and McEnroy sat next to each other with pocket sixes.
So, if they flop a set now, you're allowed to scream rigged.
I'm going to say unlikely. 1.4 is the raise from Eisenhower. McEnroy folds the other two sixes. We know where the action's coming from. It's FlixxX 25 in the small blind with ace-king, who can legitimately get it in here. Question is, will Eisenhower call with sixes?
It is quite a bit of chips. It is just a bit more, just around 17 big blinds, if I'm not mistaken. Might be the threshold for folding pocket sixes.
Well, Eisenhower calls, and we're off to the races. And sixes is looking good.
What a flop.
It's looking really good. That's a double up.
And they fold.
And that is the KO of FlixxX 25. And we are switching And here we see where Andreas got moved to.
I was just about to say, where's Andreas gone? There he is.
Andreas got balanced off and is on this table alongside Gino Latino, who's got aces. Behind me, 93 has the Catvatar, but is going to struggle. All the luck of all the cats in all the world can't help you with ace-8 against aces.
Gino Latino. Coming in with the jam or the flat call. I would like both. Oh, he actually makes a small 3-bet. Totally different from what I would have done.
You might not be able to tell from the name, Felix, but Gino Latino is a German player.
Yep. That's what I remembered. And he gets the call, actually.
Ooh,
what a flop.
Okay, maybe the Catvatar is going to work its magic. Straight draw, not flush draw. Loving it.
This is the kind of board you love to see when you have pocket aces out of position. Oh, man.
Absolutely. And it's all going to go in.
And you're not even a favorite. There comes the club. That's
there
it.
You go. And that is Gino Latino KO'd as aces are indeed cracked. And once again, scientific evidence, proof on video of the power of the Catvatar as we hit the second break of the day. 18 players remaining, which means we are close to the final 2 tables in this week's Sunday Million. We'll be at 2 tables when we're down to 16, but we're going to continue playing till we're down to a single table tonight, until we are down to a winner. And right now it's Turco Man from Finland who has the biggest stack, 58.7 million chips. More action on the other side of this 5-minute break. A chance for us to talk a little bit more with Felix and bring Joe Stapleton back into the mix. Felix, you talked about going to live events. What's wrong, Joe? What's happened?
Those aces getting cracked. That was so gross.
The puke.
That was so disgusting. That was so... Oh, how do you guys just move on past that? My goodness.
There was... Look, the percentages, I think, were off because they weren't taking into account the Catvatar. It was practically a flip when all the money went in. In fact, to be honest, when the money went in, I don't know whether you saw, but ace-8 suited was actually the favorite against aces. Pre-flop, it was more like a flip. Felix, you talked about an hour ago about all the events you've been to. I know that you're playing more live poker tomorrow. In fact, we were very lucky to get you tonight because you're traveling again tomorrow.
Yes, it's one of the few days that I'm actually at home. This is the first day I'm in the studio here, my own streaming studio, because I haven't been in that studio for 2 months now. And we're just about to head off to my own live event, which is Grind Live 3, which is the 3rd edition of our community event where we're going to be playing a full schedule of live tournaments for close to a week, starting Wednesday night until Sunday night. And we're also going to be streaming all of those events, those community events. There's 4 championship events with trophies that we're playing for. We're going to be streaming all of them live on my channel. And it's going to be tons of fun with a lot of community action, community games. We're trying to get a karaoke night, which is not going to happen, unfortunately. But I'm still looking after it. And there's going to be a lot of community action and games and fun and poker, obviously. So I'm really looking forward to that.
I was this close to jumping on a plane, Felix, but when you said there's no karaoke, I'm like, I'm out.
Yeah. I know, it's a letdown.
It sounds awesome. How much work's gone into organizing this?
It's quite a bit of work. So by now, we started out with a very small community event with just 100 people in the first time that in my hometown of Cologne that had an insane attendance, and people were really happy to get more of that. And then once we found a partner casino in the Czech Republic with Grand Casino Asch, we were actually expanding to about 300 players. And now we're looking at 300 and hopefully more, but things are looking really nice. We started with a 60K guarantee in the second installment of the series, and now we got a 100K guarantee. And by now we have a team of 10, I actually have to say 11 people from my stream and moderators and VIPs that are helping me to build this community event. One of them is actually in the chat, Corey, shout outs going out. And my buddy Kojak, who sits here with me in the office all the time, he's one of the chief organizers of this event as well. And they're just helping me to make this happen. And I'm just really grateful because it's like a community event. It's community driven and everybody just like brings themselves into it. It's amazing to see.
No, honestly, it sounds fantastic. I'll be honest with you, it's not a venue I'd heard of. Joe, have you heard of this place before?
No, but I mean, I haven't even heard of Cologne before, other than the obvious.
Okay, let's keep this between the internationalists then. Felix, we know that King's Casino in Rosvedov is a very popular location because it's just on the border. A lot of Germans go to play. I imagine this venue is pretty similar then.
Yeah, I mean, not really. It's actually a little bit more intimate. So the casino that we found is like a more, as I would say, it has a more Vegas downtowny vibe. So it's a very like more intimate room, and it's more like you come into a more family-like poker club vibe. You got it. So it's not that huge. It's not a huge hall. It's not a huge casino. It's just a poker floor where you just you just know everybody. You just pass by everybody. Everybody knows everyone, and it's just very it's like coming home to a family place and play poker in a home game club. Sort of like that's the vibe that we get there.
Was my dad there if it's a family thing? Because he owes me some money.
He might be actually. I'll make sure I'll make sure you won't play for it.
Look, I hope
for the money that he owes you.
Everyone who goes has an amazing time. It sounds fantastic. I just love how you're out and about on the road playing pretty much everything right now, Felix, including organizing your own live events. So, yes, I guess we're really lucky to have you with us because I know you love a PKO. I know that you love this format. Definitely. And so now the Sunday Million has adopted the progressive knockout every single week. I'm hoping that we can try and find opportunities to get you on the stream as often as we can.
Absolutely. I'd be delighted. Speaking of which, by the way, like one of the events that we have on the schedule, which you can see right behind me, by the way.
Oh, look at this. Such a salesman. Such a pro.
What a coincidence. No, we have one of the events, which is a 109 euro buy-in. It's a PKO as well. It's a live PKO. So I'm really excited for that one because we've never played a PKO live before. And this is the first one of those. And it's similar to it's probably like our own little Sunday Million that we're going to be playing live.
Fantastic.
It's going to be insane.
Well, talking of online PKOs, action has restarted in this week's Sunday Million. I'm going to take a break. I'll leave you with Joe and Felix.
Yeah. See you later.
Right.
Hey, Joe.
Welcome. Me and Felix in the driver's seat, just in time to see aces get cracked again by something else very, very stupid.
Well, it's King 3 offsuit and even more chances to make flushes. But one of them is down at least.
To the final 18 players. Everybody's locked up $1,100, but we're also on a pay jump right now for another $450.
And Mr. 5-6 offsuit gets limp jammed on with the aces.
Oh, Mr. 5-6 off. I didn't notice that.
Yeah, that's just the name I gave him. I don't know.
It's the only way to win with aces. I'm going to be that guy today. I'm going to be the 70-year-old man at the table. It's like, it's either they're designed to win a small pot or lose a big one.
Actually, it's funny because I'm starting to slowly turn into that sort of like frustrated old man and telling people, just be content with the chips you pick up right there, young fella.
The guy who shoves the aces on the bubble but shows it so that no one calls.
Yeah, exactly.
Eisenhower taking it down with a pre-flop re-raise.
I think it's the same thing that you get with the dad jokes. Once you get older, you hate those things when you're younger, but once you get older, you just can't help yourself. You just turn into that guy.
It's pretty much the only joy you have after a certain age.
Yeah.
Ace 10 shoving. Diego Milograu. Or just Milgrau, not Milograu.
Gets it through.
Picks up the pot. So it seems like action's been pretty steady. Like there couldn't have possibly been a slowdown because you guys went from 41 to 18 during that level.
That was insane. So many people leading left and right. And Eisenhower actually chipping it up nicely. I mean, he came from somewhat like, I don't know, 10, 11, 12 million, and he made a lot of chips without showdown, and now he's at the 40 mil mark.
Eisenhower flopping a pair of eights here, which is the best hand, but the flush draw for Petrushka. That's probably better.
I don't know.
Elto Miles asks, Diego Milgrau is from Argentina too? Nope. Thank you for your question.
It's a good turn card now. That's not a good river card.
Oh my goodness.
it's one of those cards where Eisenhower is going to think that card could have possibly not changed a thing. And he's very likely to just call it off. Yes, he does.
Nice pot there for Petru.
True.
McEnroy with the hammer. Dishes it. Czar on the button. Ace-6 off. Everybody's favorite ace.
I just feel like Eisenhower can't help feel like Eisenhower on those spots where you say, that card could have that couldn't have helped you at all. I'm just calling. Oops.
Jack 7, 5 high for Eisenhower. Andreas is not gone for the people on YouTube asking. Andreas has dropped down to 11th, but still in the tournament. Czar takes that one down.
Mm-hmm.
Felix, I forgot to eat on my break.
Oh my God! How can you forget to eat? That would never happen to me. Never.
Because I wasn't quite hungry yet when I went on break, and then I like got involved in like a bunch of chores around the house, and then I ran out of time.
Oh, okay, I see. Yeah, that's exactly kind of like the verge of you getting hungry and you getting back from break, and then realizing once you're back from break, I'm super hungry now. Yeah,
exactly.
Maybe that enhances your commentary, though. Who knows?
I think sometimes, I mean, it's definitely better to be hungry than to be over full.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
T Money wants to know, how do you qualify for a tourney like this? If you live in a place where PokerStars Global is available to you, you just download the PokerStars client, come up with $109 somehow. Lots of ways to satellite in. In fact, there's new satellites running for the Sunday Million. They're $11, and they have seats added, I think, for the final 2 tables.
Mm-hmm.
Which is pretty cool. A walk there for Diego. Omar, if you're upset about not being able to play on PokerStars in California, might I suggest running for office? Think about it. Just putting that out there. Felix, I don't know a lot about your personal life. Do you talk about it on stream? Like your living situation, your friends are, relationships, stuff like that? Or do you just keep it to the poker?
Well, I used to be open about that quite a bit, but I've started to shut down quite a bit of it as well because, I don't know, I don't feel comfortable anymore about too much on my private life. But, I mean, mostly I'm really overshare. I used to overshare, basically, on all of my Instagram and stuff like that, because it's just like you get into that flow, into that vibe that you just like want to share. When you start sharing things that you discover in poker, you start, like I started to want to share things that I discovered in private life and stuff like that as well. But that wasn't always healthy. So I started to like find a better balance between the two. And now I share things that I think are interesting to people and that excite me. That's pretty much all I share.
Got it. Yeah, I've kind of reined it in a little bit myself with sharing personal stuff. Also, because I've been in, when I was single, it was a little more interesting, but I've been in the same relationship for 5 years now. So there's not as much like funny rejection stories to tell people.
Yeah. Get it. I get it. That's true, yeah.
Looks like we might have a hand developing here between Nazar, Eisenhower, and McEnroy. Pocket 3 is the hand that just did Eisenhower a little dirty.
Yeah, good jam spot for McEnroy, but he just calls.
Does just call flop. And flops a jamming flop. McEnroy with the nut flush draw, the straight draw. Jack of diamonds would be nice to still exist in the deck, but that's going to give some action to McEnroy. Rick on the turn.
Still playing it passively. I'm confused. I think it's a great spot for him to be aggressive on this one, but let's see. No
and
hit.
another brick on the river.
Mm.
Bit of a
Too many
scare
outs.
card for a pair of eights.
McElroy could at least try to get out a 9 or maybe even get out a queen, but he decides to check. And it's sort of, I always feel sad about these types of hands going to showdown and you lose to a pair of 8s on the river now. Just feels like a wasted opportunity, but you never know. For sure. He's going to feel, I think like in his shoes, I would feel mad about losing to a pair of 8s on that river.
McElroy. Yeah, I think there's obviously some different ways McElroy could have played that one.
Yeah, for sure.
Pocket eights probably should be getting through here. Yep, 5-9, no good, no bueno.
Oh, we got kings for Eisenhower now.
And Petrushka.
Petrushka.
Not a lot of big blinds with ace 9 and also ace 10 for Mr. 56.
Mr. 56 from Ohio.
Okay, not going to get the chance to get in too much trouble here with ace 10, I don't think. But Petrushka not only pot committed, but we see that an ace has been folded, a 9 has been folded.
There's not much left, right?
You only need one.
28%. 14%. And there it is.
Oh, it's the Greenstein.
Found an ace.
And Diego waking up with pocket aces on the very next hand against the ace king of the freshly doubled up player.
Ah, you love to see it. Having ace king, getting action, and then finding out that you're up against aces.
Oh, boy.
Like,
Oh, boy. Pretty tough to beat ace king versus aces. It all goes in. Top set, good enough. Even with the 2 pair on the flop. I guess you kind of feel comforted in that situation where you're like, I was going broke on this flop anyway.
yeah, sort of. For sure.
Because blockers aren't real.
Nope, they're not. I'm going to take one of those t-shirts. I saw you were discussing them earlier.
This guy
Blockers
made a
aren't
t-shirt that said, blockers don't exist or something like that, and sent it to me and like wanted a pat on the back. I'm like, all you do is take my idea and make it worse. I'm not going to give you props for ripping me off and also making it somehow less funny. Those are our flop's top pair. So you know how you said that you started becoming more private with what you share? I just wanted to share this with you over the weekend. I got this message on my Twitter DMs.
Oh, yeah.
Hi, Joe. Don't freak out, but did you know your home address is easily found online? I came across it while researching something else on poker. And now that we have established the fact that I know your home address, please take a look at this video and let me know what you think. Again, don't freak out. I am a normal guy who listens to your podcast occasionally. Just try to give you a heads up. No funny business. Cheers.
Well, that sounds awkward at first, but I'm pretty sure he just meant it well. And he just wanted you to look at his video.
The thing about how he leveraged my address against me having to watch a video he sent me was kind of weird.
I know your address. You better watch that video. But I would be concerned with the contents of this video, so I'm not sure. Did you watch it?
No, I'm not watching the video. I'm not going to be held hostage.
I wouldn't watch it either. I wouldn't watch it either.
Oh my goodness. Ace Queen gets outflopped super hard by McElroy and is going to feel compelled to continue. Full house
And
now for McElroy.
This board makes it even look quite good for Eisenhower. You might think that his ace is still good.
McElroy playing this as passively as possible. Now has no choice but to get a little value. There you go.
He gets the value.
There you go. Nazar with king queen suited.
I love the way he actually now I can't get this out of my head. It's like the same thing with people saying no hate, but he uses sort of like, I'm just a normal guy, but here's the video. You know,
but
I
also,
know your address.
He did send me the address. Like he does know my home address. He included it. I just left it out of reading it.
Okay. Oh boy.
It's really great stuff.
It's funny. I used to be like sort of the guy that actually never thought about, when I shared private stuff, I never thought about the consequences, the potential ones, because I'm just too naive and I'm too believing into the good hearts of people. You know, I used to be.
Well,
until I was proven wrong.
I kind of live with the understanding that if somebody really wanted to find me, they could, right?
Yes.
Regardless of like whatever precautions I take. Like I live in the world. I have friends. People know where I live. Like it's out there.
Yes.
But to have it be delivered to me in such a manner like that has the exact opposite effect of no. I'm not trying to be weird or anything, but here's your address.
Yes, I mean, if people say I'm not trying to or not to be, they're exactly that. What they're trying to not be. Usually.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, no, I'm sorry to bother you when you try to talk to a girl in a bar and you're like, oh, I don't mean to bother you. And like, no, that's exactly what you're doing.
Exactly what you're doing.
756 continuing with not a better hand than king 6 suited. And a whole lot of I guess we found the slowdown as we've only lost one player since we started. That was
true.
Pay Tax is Nice, went out in 18th. That was a pay jump though, so maybe things will pick back up. That was the $450 pay jump.
And Nazar ramping it up now, jamming the 10-6 suited.
Yeah, where's Nazar on the leaderboard? Third.
And we got kings again. So many kings. You know, I think it's even more likely you would watch this video if he actually said, you know, I'm a weirdo. I know your address. So basically just confirming what you would think of him.
Exotic says, sounds like a guy that just wants to watch a poker stream without getting banned. Guess what, Exotic? You banned. Thank you for your comment. Ace 10 versus 2 kings, all in pre-flop. Ace on the desk. Ace on the desk. Trip aces. Sorry, not the best day to get it in with the best hand. Petrushka, back up. Petrushka, sorry.
And everybody who hates kings will gonna be like, yes, see, always an ace. Another proof.
Diego.
McElroy has sexy backdoors on this board, but he doesn't opt to go for them.
Sexy backdoors, Felix. No wonder they call you.
Came up with that term.
No wonder they call you xflixx.
Yes, that's content of some of my new clips. Sexy backdoor draws. Or sexy backdoors. Educational content on the xflixx channel.
Since there's no podcast this week, James, if you want me to, I had a theory about someone trying to climb on my roof. I don't know if you want to talk about that during one of the breaks, but I'm down to share that story. Trip jacks for Diego.
I saw that on the Instagram story. Somebody went on your roof, or what was the story behind it?
Yeah, I have a theory now. I saw a garbage can pulled up right to under where I have like an awning that leads to my roof. And then the awning was kind of bowed a little bit, like as if maybe someone had stepped on it. But I have a theory as to what actually happened.
Okay.
We'll see if James wants to talk about it during the break.
Mm-hmm. So McEnroy with the good old nut low.
The guy on your roof is trying to see if you watched the video.
Oh, maybe it's him, yes.
McEnroy still the one aggressing here, firing into the abyss, firing into the gigantic gullet of chip-swallowing Diego. And Diego running around his house, fist pumping. Can't believe
He
this
just needs to
hand.
be back on time to click the call button, not timeout. Oh, he jams.
Figures. I wonder what. I guess you could get called by an ace there, maybe. I think you get a little excited there, though, Diego.
Yeah.
I think you
Maybe
got an
he
opponent
just-
that's bluffing into you. Why not see if they do it again? I don't know.
Maybe that was just a fat finger getting off to the race button instead of the call.
I feel like when you get called there, you're up against a better jack like all the time.
Probably.
Folds over to the blinds. Jack 4 suited is T-Money's favorite hand. All right, let's see how it works out against deuces.
My
You
inner
ever
monk
re-raised
gets triggered.
Deuces here. Wow, just a
Oh.
fold.
Just a fold. Yeah, I mean, he's the mid stack. He's in a tough position right now. I think ICM gets real, gets more and more a thing right now. We got kings again.
Can open shove here. Can definitely get called by worse, but haven't yet. And it looks like it's going to get through.
I don't know about you, Joe, but I'm the type of person that gets triggered. My inner monk gets triggered when people write a poker hand with a slash in the middle. Like Jack / 4. This is like, this triggers my inner monk. I don't know, T-Money. I'm not feeling it.
Your inner monk, like this?
No, the monk, like the series, the TV series.
Oh! It
Yes.
upsets your delicate sensibilities.
Yes, like it has to be a symmetrical hand. Like there
Yeah.
has to be some sort of symmetry, you know? That slash just doesn't do it for me.
No slashes at poker hands. We will accept a dash or nothing. Just a J and a 4.
And Neil's trying to trigger me right away.
Nazar betting the flush draw. 2 10s, very solid still. Truchka could maybe be put all in for their tournament life. Not quite yet, just about 4 million.
Might get the job done. 10's in a tough spot here. Jack and 4.
Jack and 4, yikes.
It gets worse every single time.
Even hearing someone tell that story, I had a Jack and a 4, and you're like, oh.
Exactly.
Oh.
You had what?
Look at this. Petruchka going
wow.
nowhere. Taking a stand.
That's
with
a
the
weird raise.
With the T/10.
T/T.
Oh no, Queen on the river. It has been a really bad day to have the best hand.
Wow.
It has been suck out city.
Petruchka's
Nazar
gonna be
to
very
75 million. Top spot on the leaderboard.
Wow. That's insane. I mean, he made the race to Nazar's defense. He made the race so small. You can't really blame him for folding a flush draw there.
No,
even though the board was
definitely
paired,
not. I'm blaming the poker gods.
Yeah.
Not Nazar. McEnroy all in, gets called by a dominated ace. This is looking pretty good for McEnroy. Doesn't. It just hits everything. The flush draw, the top pair, the second pair.
When you hit all those things when you actually don't really need them, that's when you hit them.
Yeah, right. Like, no, we just need the board to run out. Okay, I'll take everything.
Exactly.
Ace queen for McEnroe, who somehow elects not to shove. I'm not a huge fan of like giving good equity to like Diego with 9-10 suited there. I don't know.
Yeah,
that's just me.
Agree. Yeah, I agree. I would just jam myself as well. I mean, you expect for a min race, you expect a bigger stack to maybe jam on you with weaker. That's some extra to get value from. But then again, you also allow them to realize their equity with mediocre hands, as you just say. Yeah. Yeah, I realized my mistake, by the way. Never tell the chat what you don't like. Never.
Right, never do that.
Take it into their hands to make your life miserable.
Made the mistake of telling everyone how much I hate it when I get new follows on Instagram, Twitter, and Twitch. I just hate it. It's so annoying. I get like a little notification on my phone. It really, really bugs me when I pick up new followers. If I could, I would just, yeah.
Yeah. Everybody unfollowed you and followed you, of course. What else would they do?
Just, you know, just all these new followers is such a pain in the butt. Please don't follow me if you haven't already.
Yeah. Oh, boy.
All right, we've got a shove from Queen 7. I don't know. Nazar, I could see getting a little weird here with 6-7.
Okay, it's 6 big blinds. He gets out Petrushka. No, Petrushka calls.
Oh, two players all in. Set of deuces.
Hits a deuce.
It was like top pair for Mr. 56, but does not beat the 2 deuces, and that's going to be close to a triple up for Petrushka. And we're down to the final 16 players, the final 2 tables. It's an 8 max event. I saw someone asking earlier why they hadn't gone 9-handed. That doesn't happen until the final table. Top pair for, damn it, 345. That's going to be fun for me to say. Don't go broke, will you?
Damn it.
So 16.
For 1 second at the beginning when the cards were dealt and everybody was flipping their hands, I was thinking like, is everybody just going all in now? No. I just remember just seeing the whole cards.
You're not as used to this view as I am.
No. Yeah, it's true.
Behind me, under the gun raise in a full ring with Queen Jack suited, does have enough chips to make the raise. 3rd in chips. Flops an open ender. Metal Music Promotion asks, can we watch tournaments like this where we see everybody's hands? Yes, every Monday, right here. Thank you for your question. That's right, John. We're back to a cat avatar. Behind me.
Behind me, a cat avatar.
Pair of jacks for behind me. I like this name, behind me. I don't know what they mean by it. For me, I'm picturing like a very heroic person who's like, you get behind me.
Sort of.
I'm going to save the day.
He's just trying to tell everybody, there's something behind me.
Oh, that too.
Maybe don't mess with me. There's something behind me.
Oh, here's a good one. Here's a good one. 2 pair on the river for behind me. 8 high. This is your classic YouTube know-it-all comment. Person comes in here thinking they're so smart, thinking they really got one here. What brain box at Stars decided to flatten out the pay structure and PKO bounties for 1st and 2nd? What kind of a brain box makes a comment like that, yet having absolutely no knowledge of the situation whatsoever?
Yep. I think we have to clear it up, right? I mean, there might be some people who still don't know it.
A real brain box. You want to explain it to the brain box, Felix?
I feel very bad about it, but I will take one for the team. Yes. You get the bounty of the person you knock out and your own bounty, so you will get pretty insane first prize money if you win this tournament.
What's funny is that the guy even mentioned that it's a PKO bounty tournament.
Yes.
So he knew there were bounties. Anyway,
Yes.
King Queen in a spot here. Has 2 players to act behind who have plenty of chips.
Oh yeah, also there's a $10.04 difference. Should have noticed that.
Yeah, you brain box. Also, you're banned. Thank you.
But imagining this comment on YouTube, imagining the next one, you didn't see the $10.04 difference. That's the comment that will get the most likes, though, I think.
That $10.04 was the result of a real brain box.
Yes.
I could definitely see asking that question, right? You don't notice. You know, you're like, oh, that's weird. The prize is so close. But then to like just come out of the box by insulting some PokerStars decision maker instead of thinking about it. Anyway, back to the action.
And I love how some people now trying to trigger me with the $10/04.
The best thing you can do is pretend that never happened and hope they forget.
Yeah.
Hope they never forget. They never remember back on your stream.
Yeah. Next hand history that I get. Felix, could you review this hand for me? So I had a 10/ and a 4.
And that is going to be the end of Andreas, who got it in against Damn It.
Oh my God, we missed that
Damn
one.
It
Yes.
hits the pair of 8s. We've seen some very interesting all-ins. It was Andreas called ahead, but could not find the winner. I mean, we're finding today that having the best hand isn't exactly the best way to get it in.
Still, Andreas taking more money than 7th place right now that the payout is. So he took quite a bit of bounties with him.
So we can finally stop answering that question of, is Andreas still in? Answer, no.
Yes.
9.
9-9.
Marco Villa. Feels like a shoving spot with ace-jack. Yes, how loose is Nazar's goose? Pretty loose. Queen 10 makes the call. 10 high flop. And a queen on the turn.
And it gets there.
But the Broadway does get there for Marco. Switching.
That usually never happens.
15 players remain.
Yeah, I just realized that's actually the reason I'm probably not on Reddit. Because of the slash.
Oh, yeah, that bugs me too. QB4 Trolls asking, is it 9 left? It says 15 in the top corner. 9. Thank you for your question. Queen 9 for T. Gasson.
Wow, and he folds. He
It's a
folds
go.
the pair line. Sick. And we get some action here. I think this is very likely to go in from Datiev. No, he just flats.
5-6 going to come along too. This should be fun for 7-9. Let's go.
Yep.
Peel him, dealer. 9-8-5. What a freaking flop here. Top pair for 7-9. Set of 8s for Datiev. And a pair and a straight draw for Linsky. It's only going to be these two getting it in. And 7-9 with a very painful 2-pair on the river. Datyev knocks out Lone Dam.
Lone Dam is out.
Lone Dam cashing for 1,500 plus 1,400 in bounties. And we are down to 14 players. Sevens all in under the gun from McEnroy.
Datyev on a roll now. He's thinking, oh, I got some hands.
Datyev isolating. We are flipping for McEnroy's tournament life. 2 clubs on the flop.
I was just about to say.
On the river.
I mean, I was just about to say, this is one of the flops where you never get there, but he did. So.
But not the way that you would expect. Still hits like a weird queen instead of like the clubs or something.
Yeah.
And we're down to 13 players. Table of 6, a table of 7. Jeffrey Barrett says it can't be 9 people left. There's 2 tables left. One has 8, one has 7. I said 9. He asked, are there 15 players left? Or 9? And I said 9. I didn't say 9. I said 9. We've got another player all in. Eisenhower with a 4. And the ace on the river for Linsky. Another Barry Greenstein. Another suck out despite the heart draw on the turn. We are down to 12. Linsky now chip leader with just about 91 million.
And on that river, Eisenhower was saying 9. Just like I would.
So we have a slight break in the all-ins for right now. Turco with an overpair to this board.
Turco man coming in with the raise. Ace 9 off. And I think that wizard avatar, that's just like a standard avatar in PokerStars. There's no special wizard. It's not like a Gandalf pick that I missed, is it?
No, I think that's the old full tilt wizard.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, you can still pick those, I think.
Yeah.
On stars, but you know, obviously it's been a while since I signed up for an account.
Yeah.
Pair of 8s good for T. Gasson. Huang Vu, I'd like to answer your question. When you say, what am I watching? Is this amateur tournament all in 4-9? So two questions. 2 answers, I should say. Yes, this is a tournament full of both amateurs and semi-pro players, pro and semi-pro players, but also all in 4-9 sometimes is correct.
That's right. With 3 big blinds and a bottom pair, he actually was right with the best hand against ace jack.
So just because something you don't understand happens doesn't mean that these are necessarily amateur or bad players. I think that you've got a little ways to come, Huang Vu. Why don't you hang out with us for the next bunch of Mondays? Maybe you'll learn something.
That's a good idea. Also, Eisenhower had some sexy backdoors there. Just putting it out there.
Now, Fantasy Don, you've asked the same question like 10 times in a row, and that really irritates me. I appreciate, as much as I would love for this stream to be about me. Okay, I've been doing it for a little over 10 years. Thank you for your question. Okay, let's move on. Datyev with ace king.
And getting Petrushka to fold king 10 suited. That's a huge raise also. It's a 3x. We haven't seen a 3x in a while.
Rob says, Stapes, don't miss the Prism Mega Box drop on Fanatics today. I signed up for the last drop, and I never even got an answer. Like I get 10,000 marketing emails from them now. All in, 2 7s. Linsky calls. We're flipping.
King Jack.
Set of 7s.
It's always coming 7.
It is always coming. That's a double up. Switching. We're down to 11, by the way.
We got ladies for Marco. And look, behind me. Behind me's got ladies.
Marco via min raising queen. Oh my goodness. Oh, what a sick day it's been. Don't give me anything.
Yes,
Don't. I don't need a big hand.
Yeah, it's not a spot where Marco can get away from his hand at all. There's just way too many draws out there and a 9. So he beats still a lot of hands that play the exact same way. So he's never getting out of this, and I wouldn't either.
So sick.
You hate to see it.
Does have the diamond draw, but nope. It's the full house diamond.
Ah,
So sad. Marco Villa out in 11th place.
That's the kind of run out. Like when the 6 of diamonds hits on the river, I'll be on my stream. I'll be like, yes, no, and I'll be out, and everybody will be laughing.
I almost missed it myself.
Yeah.
All right, so we're hand for hand now. Tables will be balanced after this hand. And Turco Man raising the river with a straight. 2 pair.
9, 10, 8, 9, 10, Jack, Queen. Yeah, that's a straight.
Without seeing this exact hand, I think you have to very begrudgingly fold 2 pair.
Or begrudgingly call.
Or pay it off. Turco Man up to 58 million.
Now Linsky and Turco Man with around the same stack size.
And another massive flop.
It's not much going in there. I think pocket 9s are probably just giving up at some point.
Jeffrey Barrett, to answer your question, this is a progressive knockout, so everyone's bounty goes up every time they win a bounty. Yes, thank you for your question.
I like the double check by Linsky here. I think the check on the turn is really crucial. Maybe he gets paid this way on the river. Not this time.
Things evening up somewhat in the middle. Linsky, Turco, Nazar on the 55 to 65 million range. Linsky picking this up pre-flop.
Linsky doing his thing now. And he's probably going to get through with it. No, not
somehow
with the 5-9 suited.
Suited comes along, 1 diamond on the flop. Pretty unlikely to see running diamonds given the hands and given the fact that we're not even going to see a turn. Switching. Going to try to keep up with this hand-for-hand action on the final table bubble. Six deuce somehow has no piece of this. Queen 10 making top pair on the turn, betting pretty big and getting a fold.
So many big stacks though right now. 90 million, 54 million, 81 million. At the other table we got another 260 million-ish stacks.
Pair of 6s against a pair of 3s. Damn, it does make the call. Ace on the turn. Doesn't improve anyone.
Maybe makes damage, try to turn it into a bluff. No, he checks.
Pretty tough for either player to bet this for value. Damn it, maybe we'll try to decide to fold out a 6. Doesn't. Seems reasonable.
Yep. Both had showdown value. Not enough for the pair of threes.
Behind me. Coming in for the raise and taking it down. Switching. Ooh,
Oh, wow.
somebody getting out of line.
Linsky coming in with a 3-bet. Trying to leverage his stack. And it might actually work. Who knows? Unless Datyev fights back. There is room for a 4-bet. He might come over the top, but he folds.
Switching. Oh, here we go. Here's some hands finally.
That's a hand, yeah.
Does damn it open on the button with 7-5 off? I probably would, yeah.
With that stack, there is a lot of arguments for it. And wow, that's a spot to wake up with ace-king with.
Absolutely. Looks like damn it's going to get out of the way. Ace-king, will the best hand hold for once? It's a queen on the flop. But again, Greenstein, ace on the river. So many of those today. There goes 27 DWS out in 10th place for $3,000. And now we have got a final table. Behind me, 93. Top of the pack, Year of Romania. Damn it, 3, 4, 5. And Linsky very close in second and third. T-Gassa next, Nazar 32, Turco Man, Datyev, Teflon Chick, and Petruchka rounding out the final table of 9. Everybody now guaranteed $4,300. Let's go.
That is een finale tafel, as they would say in the Netherlands.
We've got Romania represented here, Ukraine, Great Britain, Brazil, Finland, and another Romania. Huh.
And no Germans. Where are
Poland,
the Germans at?
Switzerland.
All the Germans are out. Andreas was the last remaining German. Damn it, with ace-king suited. Clashing with Linsky with the ace-queen. Just calling.
Oh, boy. Could
Allowing
be trouble.
Teflon could have made the best hand here on the flop, but he decided to fold pre-flop.
Oh, no. Probably real mad. Ooh. Duck.
That sounded spicy.
It's
I mean,
Linsky.
it's a flop. Yeah.
Linsky firing. Damn it, sticking around with ace-king high. If this checks to showdown, Linsky ain't gonna like it.
It is a flop that favors Linsky as the caller, so he might just try to bluff at it, but nah, he decides to check. Interesting.
Minimal Oman asks, who's the second Romanian? That's Datyev, and it does check to showdown.
Wow, I would not expect to win with ace-king high on a 6-5-4-3 board. Not at all.
LTO Miles says, someone shot the birds.
Oh, they're finally quiet. Quiet, I'm trying to watch the Sunday Million final table.
Damn it, raising under the gun with Jack 10. Second inch chips. And 7-8 decides not to defend.
Behind me, there's something strange about this name. Like, it's if I would be playing with him at the table, I would always be, I don't know, on my toes.
Well, it really
like behind me. What?
It really works when they're at the top of the leaderboard and everyone is literally behind them. So
yeah,
that's one way to look at it.
That's
Not
true.
flush draw, 4 behind me. Both players with the same straight draw, but it's a pair of 4s for Datiev. That is the best hand. Oh. But
Okay,
a bet
good
takes
move.
it down. Ooh, 10-8 suited folds. Come on. Come on.
I couldn't let that go either. No.
7-10 suited folds. Queen Jack. Easy game.
Behind me makes the
Okay.
call.
And 9 deuce flops some cards that are near their cards.
I'm gonna say it. There's sexy backdoors out there.
Sexy backdoors. Felix is bringing sexy backdoors.
It's not coming. Too many sexy backdoor outs.
Not now. Just a pair. Oh, but hey, you can bluff still. That's the beauty of this game.
Oh,
you can
yeah.
take your 9 deuce with all your chips and bluff your stack up over 100 million.
They just turned into sexy bluff doors. Ba-doom-ts.
Damn it, raising with ace queen.
Now there's going to be a lot less jamming and all in and calling with those stacks. So we're going to see some more post flop play, it seems.
Yeah,
Oh,
you
no.
don't have
Okay, let's forget about that.
Sure, it just, but it seems unlikely they're gonna get it in for these stack sizes. So your
Yeah,
point
that's true.
stands.
Oh,
Okay.
I mean, yeah.
All right.
Who are we to judge?
Hold on a second. This
And
would be
Azar's
awesome.
going to be like, damn it. Why did I 3-bet my pocket eights?
Eights do fold. Pretty wild. Hey, damn it. Waking up with the kings in the very next hand. Panda asks, which one is the player from Switzerland? It's that one right there. Thank you for your comment. Question. Sorry, thank you for your question. My apologies.
Ace-10 folding. That's quite tight.
Or ace-4 is raising under the gun. And we got the immediate insta re-raise from ace-queen suited.
Hitting him with his Teflon pan. 3-bet. Oh, ace-queen against ace-queen. What are the chances that this is going to get chopped? I think they're pretty high.
When it goes raise, shove, call, chop.
Yep.
Yeah, I see some hearts folded. I see some diamonds folded.
But they got all the flush draws, so maybe something's happening here.
Azar
4
does
flush
call it
draws.
off. One club on the flop. Not
That's
enough clubs on the turn. Not enough for anyone to flush out. This pot ends in a chop, and you know what they say?
Everyone
Everyone
loves
loves
the
a
chop pot.
chop pot. Oh.
I was too early on that.
I
Jeder
don't
mag
know.
einen geteilten Pot.
I think I have to close chat for the next few minutes. Yeah.
Oh, shit.
Let's
I
focus on the
ruined it.
poker for once. T. Gasson raising with ace king, getting re-raised by pocket kings. T. Gaston, out of Brazil, the final Brazilian player left at the final table. Oh boy.
Getting it in.
Yasin hits an ace on the flop. I can't believe it, but it's a king on the turn. The case king saves Dantiev on the turn. For once, the best hand wins.
Insane.
It has been a pretty special day for runouts. Damn it, raising under the gun with ace 6. Ace 8, 3-betting. This is getting pretty wild.
What is happening here?
I mean, these guys do have stacks, so it doesn't seem terrible, but it does seem a little loosey-goosey. All right. First break of the final table.
Okay.
Still 9 players remain. Not a lot of movement there. Petrushka, the short stack. Behind me, the chip leader. And how about in front of me? Let's bring back James Hardigan.
Thank you very much, Joe. Yes, already down to 9 players. I don't expect this to be a fast and furious final table. We got here quite quickly. Things might slow down now, but hey, we shall see. Look, we were talking about the PSPC earlier, and Joe, I referenced the fact that the last episode of the Poker in the Ears podcast, I mean, I know you call it our season finale, but we've got some further episodes coming up in June, July, and August. We did do our State of the Platinum Union. We did look at how many Platinum passes have gone so far, how you can still win them, including the Road to PSPC events that Felix is attending right now. We also talked about how we got to this point, and Felix, I remembered that you were there in Barcelona for the announcement in summer 2019. You were part of the whole Chase Your Dream Day with Christoph, our German Platinum Pass winner. Those 5 guys, the first 5 Platinum Pass winners, they will have waited, what will it be, 3.5 years by the time we get to the Bahamas?
Yes, for sure. And I remember it like it was yesterday when I gave him that advice to just like bluff it off to Chris Moneymaker. And he was really sad when he like lost that pot and ran into a set. And then afterwards he got relieved when you guys announced that everybody was getting a Platinum Pass. So that was quite a surprise. Yeah. But still, the wait has been, grueling. But, I mean, the excitement is coming up right now for them, and you can feel it coming.
Absolutely.
So I'm really happy for them.
Absolutely. Now we've got the date. Now we've got the location. We're all really excited about it. And, yes, you've got the Mega Path. You've got the Road to PSPC. We also spoke to a Platinum Pass winner, Colm Jan, who'll be going to the Bahamas in 2023. And we caught up with Turka because, Joe, we have got the PSPC TV shows from 2019 currently going on the PokerStars YouTube channel, new episodes every Friday. Turka was a part of those first few episodes. We wanted to look back at the first Players' Championship as we look ahead to the second.
Yeah, I remember just how fun being there was, and then reliving how fun it was when we did the commentary on it for the TV shows. Like, it had been a while since you and I had worked together in that capacity, so maybe there was like a little bit of just sort of getting the band back together. But I just remember feeling really good about those shows, being really proud of them, and thinking they did a great job of capturing just how fun it was to be there on the scene.
Absolutely. So do check out those shows if you haven't seen them before. I appreciate the event is now 3 years old, but the content has not dated per se. It's a great watch. There are 9 episodes in total following through from day 1 to the final table. Every Friday there'll be a new episode on the PokerStars YouTube channel. So, Joe, you rightly said we do not have a new podcast this week. Therefore, now is your opportunity to tell the story of whatever the hell happened at your house. I mean, when I caught up with you first thing today, your air conditioning had gone, and now you're talking about someone trying to break into your house?
I had a really sort of stressful, dramatic weekend, starting with waking up Friday morning. The AC in my house broke. It's like 30 degrees or more over the weekend in LA here. And then I went outside and saw that someone or something had moved one of my garbage cans closer to the house. And then I'm like, this is weird. We do have some strong winds here, but nothing else has moved. And then I'm like, did someone move this garbage can so they could try to climb onto the roof? And then I looked at sort of the awning. It's metal, and it's slightly bowed. The awning is like slightly bowed. And so now I'm like, what happened here? So I did a little Instagram video and asked people to like make some guesses. And one person was like, coyotes are pretty smart. It's possible a coyote moved your garbage can. And we actually just the night before I had heard coyotes howling right outside our house. They have been in the neighborhood.
Okay.
So I was happy for it to be that. What I think happened, though, luckily, because of the air conditioner being broken, there was a guy up on my roof yesterday.
Right.
A guy I wanted.
He was meant to be there, right?
Yes. Mm-hmm. And then after he left, I noticed there was a soccer ball on my front lawn. And I know that there's new kids that moved in next door, and that occasionally their ball has come over and they've rang the doorbell. Hey, can we come get our ball? So what I'm thinking maybe happened. The other part of this story is that the awning, I had my girlfriend who's very light pull on the awning. I don't think it could hold an adult male to get on the roof. So what I think happened.
I'm just going to pause you there because the action's about to restart. Felix, you've earned a well-earned break. We'll see you in 55 minutes. Joe, you can continue telling the story as we get back to the action from this week's Sunday Million final
table.
table.
These queens first.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I think what happened is one of the neighbor kids might have got the soccer ball stuck on the roof, tried to get it themselves by doing the garbage can, saw that the awning wasn't going to hold them.
Right.
And then left the scene, and then the air conditioning guy found it, chucked it on the front lawn.
That is a very logical explanation, and I know that's what you want to believe. Is it coincidence that this occurred in the same week you had some rando tell you that he knows where you live?
I hope it's a coincidence.
Yeah. I mean, this is a great story at this final table, by the way. I know the player is not involved in this particular hand, but behind me, 93, repping Romania.
Year of Romania.
Not only a great story in the year of Romania, but also the Cat Vatara as well. I'm feeling it for behind me, 93, with more than 100 million chips right now. I don't think Linsky is going to call this 4-bet shove from Nazar.
There have been some fairly loose calls, but I think you're right. Now that we're at the final table, once someone can do this much damage to your stack, I mean, this is a lot of your stack to have invested. I think that obviously, there's like a sunk cost fallacy. I don't think you're pot committed.
Yeah. And we discussed this with Felix earlier on. We've reached the stage now at the final table where there is a real money jump with every single elimination. The prize payouts are significant. The jumps are significant. And by comparison, the bounties don't matter that much. I guess Damn It and Linsky are probably the two exceptions there. Damn It being worth nearly $4,000.
Yeah, pretty good. Some pretty good bounties here, and they're only going to get better.
There are kings for behind me, 93. The flush draw for, I guess it's Nazar, right? And Nazar does improve to the flush on the turn. Now has near enough 91% equity.
Has anyone not flushed? Has there been a flush draw like on every single hand and tons of them being completed?
Doesn't feel like it. Well, maybe if behind me wasn't worried about the jack or the diamonds, might be worried about that ace, might avoid putting any more chips into this pot. There's already 14 million in the middle, and it's 10.5, the value bet from Nazar, which is met with a fold. Behind me still has more than 100 mil, still has the chip lead with 9 players remaining, and we've got ace-10, we've got king-queen suited, we've got sixes.
King-9 of diamonds, sometimes, no, not with that stack size. But if queen-9 thinks they can get in for cheap if there's no 3-bet here.
The raise was big, but I called it, damn it. And it's a set of sixes for the chip leader. Nada for damn it. Linsky with backdoor draw and a couple of overs to the board. Might stick around for one street. 3.15 is the lead from behind me.
I mean, this is just the day of smashing flops. Like, everyone's just smashing every flop. Set, flush draw, flush.
Well, everyone got away from it there. So Petrushka 77 is the shortest stack right now. T. Gasson also on the low side, 16.5, 19.7 respectively. We are at the 700k, 1.4 million blind level. I think the blinds are going up after this hand, actually. We're going to be 800, 1.6. Yeah. So we have...
Man, what happened to my 850, 17, 1.7 level?
Don't make suggestions like that, or they'll implement them. We have got a couple of legitimate short stacks, but one of them has aces right now, and that is T. Gasson.
Sorry, T. Gasson.
Yeah, we have seen aces cracked a few times today.
Exotic says, Joe is so quick to ban people when his face is at the top of the screen, but when Jay Hardy steps in, not so bold and assertive, is he? James, what do you think? Am I?
I'm pretty sure that this person is not going to be able to speak for another 600 seconds.
You banned.
Aces all in and hold. That is a double up for T. Gasson out of the danger zone. Now it's just Petrushka who's short stacked with shy of 14 mil.
Nice to see aces hold for once.
Yeah, it happens.
Some fun Broadway hands. Jack 9 suited, also a fun one. Everybody misses. Boo.
I mean, we've reached the point where nobody should be taking unnecessary risks. We've got Petrushka with a sub-10 big blind stack and quite a bit of distance between them and Teflon, who's second off the bottom. Might just handcuff play a little bit, and the blinds aren't really going to force the action too much until we get to the 1 million, 2 million level in 12 minutes time.
Oh, look at that shove. Yeah, go for it. Shortest stack, suited connectors, late position. Get it.
Get your chips in now. Petrushka, 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 aye, aye.
Who's coming after us for that one?
Kate Bush.
Oh, wow. It's all the rage.
Yeah, I missed the memo on that one because obviously I quit Stranger Things a long time ago, so didn't realize that one of her old hits had been dusted off and reimagined.
You get a lot of love.
Stapes fan 310 says her worst song by a mile. Yeah, I was going to say, I know a lot of people don't like Wuthering Heights either. That's a bit screechy, but it's so bonkers that you can't not love it.
Behind me, continuing after getting a little out of line with this re-raise pre-flop. Unfortunately, not the sort of board you're ever going to be able to get rid of jacks.
I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to take one of the greatest works of Victorian literature and turn it into a pop song. Good on you, Kate.
I always thought it was Withering Heights.
Wuthering Heights. Heathcliff, it's me. Oh, Kathy, I've come home now.
Is that the one with Mr. Darcy?
No, that's Jane Eyre, which is by Jane Austen. No, Mr. Darcy is, no, it's Pride and Prejudice. Sorry, Jane Eyre's Pride and Prejudice, Mr. Darcy.
Which is at least a Bronte.
No, that's Jane Austen. Wuthering Heights is Emily Bronte. It's the only book that Emily wrote, and many people consider that it was started by the Bronte sisters' brother, that it has a male tone of voice for the first part, and then Emily took it over, which is a very interesting theory.
I wish I could learn more about this without having to read those incredibly dense books.
Are you telling me you didn't have to study Victorian literature at any point in your life?
I did. I took English literature in college, and it was the first time I ever got below a B in a class.
Wow.
I think I got a D, maybe even.
I mean, look, I'm not going to lie. There is some turgid stuff written around that time, but there's also some great books. You just have to choose wisely. Wuthering
Portrait
Heights
of a Lady, I did not get through at all.
Yeah, I can understand. Henry James, right?
James Joyce?
No, that's the portrait of the artist as a young man.
I don't think I got through either of them.
Wuthering Heights is a great book. It is a great book.
I don't think I only remember of those being assigned to Jane Eyre and thinking it was okay. I don't think I was forced to read Wuthering Heights or Pride and Prejudice.
Also, James Joyce is 20th century literature, so it's kind of like a slightly different category.
I chose to take that class. I was like, oh, this will be interesting. Like, I'll read some classic English novels, and then it would just melt my brain. Like, I just couldn't do it. It was very difficult for me to wrap my head around.
James Joyce might be my favorite kind of like, if we're going to talk about like classic novelists. I know it's dense. I know it's not everyone's proverbial cup of tea, but Ulysses is a masterpiece.
Is that like the Greek story of Ulysses?
It's where each chapter mirrors an incident from the Odyssey, which is Odysseus / Ulysses' journey home after the Trojan War. But it's basically a day in the life of two guys in Dublin, and literally the events of the novel take place in a 24-hour period.
Oh, wow.
And it's Leopold Bloom and Stephen Daedalus, who was the young hero from The Portrait of the Artist as Young Man, the book that you previously slagged off.
It's like a sequel.
Kind of, yeah.
Yeah, that was a sick call, guys. Sorry, we got a little wrapped up in our English literature.
Again, of all the things I did not expect to be discussing this evening.
Got a couple of hands here.
Yeah. That's right, Omar. I come for the poker, but I stay for the literature discussion. That's what everyone was expecting this evening. Your homework for this week, by the way, is to read Edward Albee's Who's Afraid of Virginia Woolf. If you're too lazy, you can watch the motion picture with Elizabeth Taylor and Richard Burton.
Have we announced what the next podcasts are, even though we're going on a break?
We did announce our poker movie special. We announced there'll be an EPT Barcelona preview, but we haven't announced, I was going to say the third one. It's actually going to be the first of the trilogy, and it's going to be a surprise, so we're not going to talk about it now.
Cool. I'm glad I asked. And this should just be a straight up fold to the blinds. Those are completing, limping in. Behind me, flopping best. Pair of eights. And a diamond draw now developing for both players.
MacGyver Man says, guys, what happened to the cartoon graphics? MacGyver Man, I know it looked like a cartoon graphic, but that is Joe's real face. But assuming you're talking about the fun animations, they will be back very soon. It's a bit of a cut price production for the next couple of weeks. Obviously, you've got people off over the summer months.
You know how like when you would go into summer school and half the lights would be off and like not a lot of staff there? That's kind of like PokerStars in the summertime.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Hippie H is trying to combine literature and James Bond. I just want to see if this hero call gets made first, and then, Hippie H, I will respond to your question.
Really giving it a think. Half pot.
No.
Nice bluff. Nice bluff from Nazar.
And Nazar now has the chip lead, playing a stack of 109,000. So Hippie H asked me who is my favorite Bond author that's not Ian Fleming. I thought Kingsley Amos did a really good job with Colonel Sun. I think the 3 Anthony Horowitz books have been excellent. I just read the most recent one, which was published a couple of weeks ago, and it's really, really good. And I love the way he's tied them in to the Fleming books. Like the first book he wrote, Trigger Mortis, is set straight after Goldfinger. Forever and a Day is like a prequel to Casino Royale, and this book takes place just after the events of the final Fleming novel, The Man with the Golden Gun. But my single favorite non-Fleming Bond book is actually Carte Blanche by Jeffrey Deaver, which does a bit of a Casino Royale movie edition in that it's a reboot, and it has Bond in the modern day as a kind of member of the armed services who's been in Iraq and Afghanistan and is now coming into dealing with like anti-terrorism and I guess the kind of missions that MI6 are involved in the modern era.
Some more realistic type missions rather than world domination stuff.
Yeah, I mean, there's still a little bit of far-fetched Bondian stuff in there, but it's a really, really solid book.
And another flush draw. And a flush draw comes in on the turn. There's only 1-6 left in the deck.
Yeah. And this is all Linsky. And don't imagine sixes to call here when Linsky goes for value.
Wow.
Follow-up question from Hood Hunter. James, what do you think of Idris Elba as the possible next Bond? 2 words. Too old. And it's the problem for a lot of actors who've been touted as a possible replacement for Daniel Craig over the last 10 years. Now he's moved on, their sell-by date's passed. And I'm afraid that applies as well to people like Michael Fassbender, who I think would have been a really strong option maybe 6, 7 years ago. But now, no. You want someone ideally who's kind of in their late 30s, very early 40s, if you want to get 4 or 5 films out of them. Idris Elba, I believe, is 50 this year. Too old. Michael Fassbender is in his late 40s now. Too old.
Tom Holland.
He has been touted. Too young. He's at the opposite end of the spectrum. It also, let's be honest, depends what direction they want to go in. And I've made no secret of the fact that I would love them to start doing period pieces and do like Cold War thrillers set in the kind of 50s and 60s. In which case you want a certain actor with a certain look and a certain style. There's actually, shouldn't really be promoting content that's not PokerStars, but there's a YouTuber called Calvin Dyson who does a lot of Bond stuff. And Calvin just recently did a video like going through all of the contenders, all the names who've been touted as possible Bonds, and explaining why he thinks they're good options or bad options. And I 99.9% agree with him on everything he says. So check that out.
I think they should make the name of the next Bond villain Calvin Dyson.
It's a good name for a Bond villain. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Maybe he could be part of the Dyson Empire, right? The kind of vacuum cleaner people.
Sure. Doesn't Bond kill someone with a vacuum cleaner in the Live and Let Die? No, it's the opposite. He forces air into him.
Yes, it's an anti-shark gun. It's an air pellet that makes him kind of expand, inflate, and then pop.
He always had a rather inflated opinion of himself.
Correct. Well remembered. 1 million, 2 million.
Behind me with ace tray, no raise. James, you were right. You were right. I thought this was going to be pretty quick. I thought they were going to come out swinging.
Nah. When I realized that we were at the final table after less than 3 hours of play, I'm like, okay, this is a fast race to the final and then a slow final table. Whereas sometimes we get a grind to get to the last 9 and then it's over in a flash. This is definitely in the former rather than the latter.
I thought it was like the new structure, the new format. It's just going to go bop, 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 bop.
Now we're at 1 million, 2 million. As I said to you before, now I do think the blinds are going to start to force the action a little bit. I don't think people can start sitting around waiting for Petrushka to go broke, but we have got...
because the biggest stack is what, 45 big blinds right now?
Yeah, exactly. It's getting shallower, and we've got a potential flip here with ace-queen against... Oh, there's 10s and jacks. Ooh.
Here we go.
Damn it. What do you do now?
I mean, jacks really is the best hand for damn it. Okay, does not care.
And it is a set of jacks and the straight on the river.
Oh, so gross.
That is ridiculous. That is so unnecessary. You flop a set and you think you're pretty much home and hosed. Then you realize, oh, there's a straight draw. Oh, come on.
Yeah, really bad. Really, really bad. I mean, so many terrible runouts for the best hand today.
With 10s cracking jacks there, by the way, Turco Man has just taken the chip lead. And damn it, they're in the danger zone.
Danger zone!
Comment of the day from Cossa. Dear God. That's the kind of analysis I like.
I mean, that really says it all.
I would like to point out that at the point that the chips went in, 20% is 20%. That means 1 time in 5, something absurd is going to happen. That just was particularly absurd. Petrushka, short stacked, folds the Grafton. Blind v blind. Couple of former chip leaders here, and this is all Nazar. Pair of 7s
flop.
and the flush draw. Small piece for behind me. Pair of 6s.
I mean, that's exactly what you want. Flop the best hand with a draw to an even better hand, and your opponent having a costly second best hand just behind yours.
I'm trying to remember one of the names that was on the kind of potential bonds list that I thought I could see, especially as a period piece, how this actor would work. It's the guy from Game of Thrones who was also in the Eternals. The guy from The Bodyguard.
Rob Stark?
Yeah, that's not his real name, obviously. Not John Madden, that's the football coach.
Rob Madden.
Rob Madden, that's it. Yeah.
Richard Madden. Sorry, Richard Madden.
Richard Madden, thank you.
Jack got it for his woogie. Nice work, Woogie.
Blimey, that took a while. Anyway, Richard Madden. I could see him potentially working in a kind of like 1950s milieu.
I want to see them do some of the Bond books where Bond was really old and there was a younger Bond and he was sort of coaching him via radio through Gotham.
Well, it's funny you make that analogy because obviously Robert Pattinson's name has come up as well. And the irony is, had he not played Batman, I think he'd be a contender. I think the moment that you already have one big role in cinema, I don't think you can have another one. And yes, we do have a flush with a redraw to a street flash.
Oh my God, the ace of clubs. You think the king of clubs is the nuts? Okay,
Just has to
not gonna
fade
get
a lot
chance.
of cards. Has to fade a lot of cards. Oh! They have been knocked
brutal.
out. Petrushka, Petrushka, Petrushka is gone. Out in 9th place.
So I know that.
Cashing for $4,325 plus 2K in bounties. Turco Man consolidating their chip lead. More than 150 million, and with the Snowmans.
Nom. I know this is somewhat controversial because of where Robert Pattinson got his start. I think he is such a good actor. Like, just always so good in everything he's in, whether it's, okay, we got a straight here, whether it's the teen stuff or whether it's Batman or whether it's something more serious, stuff that I'm not even that into, he is very captivating.
You reference where he got his start. To me, his start is Cedric Diggory in Harry Potter, which is a good few years before the Twilight movies, which is, I assume, is what you're referring to.
Still poppy kid stuff.
But he was very good in that. There are some very good actors in that. You know, they took those movies seriously. They cast the roles well, and most people turned in a pretty solid performance.
I have not seen most of those.
I think he is very good, but I think now he is the Batman, he can't really be Bond. And again, that is another thing that Mr. Dyson talked about, which I agree with.
I mean, they seem perfectly happy to put Chris Pratt in every single franchise.
Oh, God. They've come close a couple of times to having an American James Bond. And on both occasions, fortunately, the other actor has come back. So John Gavin got replaced at the last minute by Sean Connery. And then they almost cast James Brolin until Roger Moore came back. So I've nothing against Americans. I just don't believe that Bond should be played by one.
Americans have plenty going on. It's okay. I don't think we're really... Oh, man. Ace Jack in big, big trouble.
Ooh. And aces are good.
Damn it.
Damn it! I've been eliminated, and that huge bounty has been taken by the Catvatar. Damn it cashes out for 6K plus $7,600 in head prizes, as behind me moves up to third in the leaderboard and is now worth 3.5K. So, finally the action's moving, Joe. It got to the 1 million, 2 million blind level. Something had to give, and two players have gone in the last few minutes. Tom Hardy's name has come up a few times. Tom Hardy's another one. The time's gone. 10 years ago, around Inception time, perfect. Now, too old. You think about it, you're not going to cast someone as Bond for one movie or two movies. You need to get a good 4 or 5 films out of them, and they don't make them as quickly as they used to. They were churning out the Bond movies one every 2 years for a long period of time. Now it takes 3 to 4 years. So you really do need someone who is, as I said, mid-30s to maximum early 40s.
I think for the best, too, that it takes longer. There obviously, you know, there was a time when other action franchises were just running circles around the Bond franchise until they finally figured out, like, hey, we're going to have to shoot some stuff a little bit differently if we want to keep up with the rest of the, if we want to keep up with Bourne, if we want to keep up with Mission Impossible, we want to keep up with Fast and Furious, we got to do some more work behind the scenes.
Yeah. So no straight for behind me, but a pair of 8s is still good.
I think they can probably find somebody on TikTok to play the next Bond. That's what I would do.
I mean, that sounds like an absolutely awful idea, so let's do it. That's right, Ding Dong Kenny. You didn't come here to watch poker and learn about poker. You came here for a weekly Bond update.
One club on the flop, one spade on the flop. And the diamond comes in, but it's a jack at least, a little something for Linsky. Oh, now the spade hits.
See, Cillian Murphy's name's being thrown around, and Larry says, I'd watch a Cillian Murphy Bond movie. And there's the problem. You'd watch a movie, because after they made the first one, he would be ... too old. Just because they were letting Roger Moore still make Bond films when he was practically dead.
I think that part of the problem, James, is that the only people we can name are older people, because I don't think there's like a young class of movie stars out there right now the same way that other generations have had.
Again, I don't want to keep quoting Calvin's video, but he makes another really solid point, which is you don't tend to cast someone who's a huge star as Bond. Some of the actors are better known than others. Obviously, Roger Moore was known as the Saint on TV. Pierce Brosnan was known for a few small film roles and for Remington Steele on TV, but none of them were ever A-listers. Daniel Craig was a bit more low-key. Okay, he had the lead role in Layer Cake. He'd appeared in Road to Perdition, but he wasn't an A-lister. He wasn't, you know, releasing blockbuster movies. So you want someone who is a little bit under the radar.
Trip eights for Turco Man. Linsky doing a real solid for the Turco Man.
Turco Man. Turco Man.
Not resisting the urge to raise. All right, we've circled back to where this conversation started. Idris
That's a
Elba,
good point to end it.
Yeah.
And just to repeat, Idris Elba is 50 years old.
I think they should do a version of Bond, which is like a very realistic spy movie where it's just him at a desk, like sifting through internet comments.
Do you know what? There's plenty of sections in the books when Bond is waiting for his next assignment when he is basically losing his mind doing paperwork in the office, which you can get away with in a book, but you can never show that in a film.
Naza raising under the gun. Queen Jack. Ace Queen for behind me.
James Bond reads an intelligence report.
I call YouTube chat a lack of intelligence report. Ace Queen gets the job done. Biggest bounty on behind me also.
Yeah. Sevens, all in.
Tough to call it off. You've got the chip lead. You can be dominated here in multiple ways. Can I say something about the people suggesting Henry Cavill? He's too ripped. He's too big.
Do you
You have
remember
Schwarzenegger playing James Bond.
You might remember as well that Henry Cavill was the second choice to Daniel Craig. And again, I think his time may have passed. Oh, aces.
Year of Romania.
I forgot we had not one but two Romanian players at this final table. Linsky with 10-8 of clubs. Linsky's from the UK, right? Do it for Toby Lewis. Oh.
Wow, did it for Toby Lewis. Holy Lord. That aces really reek today.
And that is not a KO. That is a full house.
The KK.
Whew. And Datiev
running kings.
doubles up.
The only KO stands for counterfeit. Okay. They can't cast someone that has an established role as a well-known character, i.e. Cavill with The Witcher.
I think Superman is the bigger problem.
The Witcher.
Looks like rain.
Raise and take it should be here, yep.
I think I've said before that I really enjoyed playing The Witcher 3, but my God, it's such a stressful game. There are just so many side quests and side jobs and optional missions that you just basically have a to-do list so long that you're just like stressed out and you can't really enjoy the narrative, the story, because you're like, yeah, but I've got to find that griffin and then I've got to do that and then I've got to save that woman's son and then I've got to mix a potion to do that. That's where open world games sometimes don't work for me. It's like
I think that there should be a way, like, you know, you can change the difficulty setting for fights, right?
Yeah.
There should be one that's like, hey, like, do you want this game to be a little bit more on rails? Just take me to the things that I need to get.
Yeah.
And if I don't want to do every single little thing, like, just show me, like, oh, you better do this one because you get the rocket launcher you need, right? That's what I'm always afraid of. That I don't do some side mission and I don't get the right ring of destiny.
Yeah, that's pretty much where you're at with this game. It's very good, though. Very good. I finally started playing Cyberpunk, which I've had on my shelf for 2 years. They've finally done enough hot fixes, patches, and updates, and they've now optimized it for the new Xbox that I feel I can play it without it glitching every 5 seconds.
So, facing it all in here with jacks, overpaired to the board. If you could watch this hand and not know what the hold cards are and figure out that this is jacks in this spot, that's a very good read.
Oh. There's no right way to play jacks.
A very good read.
Hawkergen, I can only speak from my own experience, which is having played about 6 to 7 hours, but I've not experienced any problems with Cyberpunk. I can't say I'm fully into it yet, but I will say that it looks incredible. Visually, it's stunning.
Oh, what a play. Turco had no idea they're even bluffing, value betting the worst hand and getting a fold.
And Turco Man now up to 190 million. Behind me, 93 also has more than 100 million chips. And everyone else looking a little bit shallow. And Turco Man starting to put the pressure on. I mean, that's the thing. If behind me is not in the hand, you can use and abuse your position. 200 million chips now.
Is Turco going to go for it with this? No, thought about it maybe. Oh, this is a limp too.
Pair of jacks
And
versus a flush draw. Yeah,
Yep.
so many flush draws.
fold for ace 8. Top pair, pretty easy, just call.
And there's the flush on the turn, and Datiev just has Nazar covered. I mean, I'm not saying for 1 second they're playing for stacks here, but if Nazar decides to blast off, it will not work out. Well, that will save him.
That's
flush
pretty
board.
good.
Yeah.
A lot better than hitting a 5 would have been.
Ooh.
It's really tough, obviously, to get away top pair and a straight draw, but then you were like, oh, no, your straight draw is not even live. You're literally drawing dead.
So Datiev holding around the 75 million mark. The average stack is 73 million with 7 remaining. 7 from a starting field of 10,235. 80 made it through day 1. 80 returned today. They played down to the final table. We've had a couple of KOs this session. And now we're down to the last 7. Turco Man with the monster chip lead right now. Has a 2-to-1 advantage over behind me.
It's Turco time. I legitimately thought you were saying behind me that time. I was like, wait, what's behind you?
A window out into the main part of the PokerStars arena. King,
Fair
Queen,
enough.
all in small to big. Datiev folds. Oh, Teflon.
Ooh.
Folds the 5s there.
I guess at under the gun raise, you're like going to be dominated
Yeah.
really, really often.
So you've already referenced, Joe, that Tigasson is the last remaining Brazilian. This week, it's been a combination of German and Romanian dominance. Although the Germans are now all gone. They had 1, 2, and 3 on the leaderboard early doors, and obviously we enjoyed watching Andreas. Very aggressive, very entertaining player. But now we've got a Finnish chip leader, 2 Romanians in 2nd and 3rd, a Ukrainian player in 4th, the UK in 5th, Poland in 6th, and Brazil in 7th. There's a 10.
Got him. This is the day for getting there. So much getting there.
Ace 8 all in. 4 deuce. Folds.
Psycho asks, any Canadians ever make money on stars? Yes, thank you for your question.
Linsky. All in with ace 5 suited. No action.
Two terrible hands in the blinds. Pocket 10s under the gun. And another limp from Datiev. Top pair. Just the one overcard is all you need today. Tens insta-cracked by King 6 offsuit.
Had a question.
And pays off the river bet.
Wow. We had a question from Lol Bibiscus who says, hey, hasn't Turco already won the Sunday Million? Got StatTrick to look into it, and he has confirmed that Turco Man is Luis Rodriguez, and he has won the Sunday Million twice before, in 2009 and 2016. So Turco Man going for their third Sunday Million win tonight.
That is pretty impressive. No, you don't do Turco time. We do Turco time. Couple of big aces here.
Yeah, Nazar all in with ace-jack. Behind Nazar is behind me with ace-queen.
Don't think this is a fold. And
Isolation.
I don't think, yeah, you really only have to worry about running into a big hand from Turco.
Hearts, but nope. Ace-queen holds. And that is the elimination of Nazar. We see a KO sending Nazar out in 7th place, cashing for $8,768 plus 1.5K in bounties. Behind me is now worth $3,956. Behind me is also second in chips right now with 128 million.
On Pre chiming in with a little podcast discussion, liked the podcast this week, said he also had absolutely no idea what was going on in Moon Knight and was frustrated watching the last 3 or 4 episodes. I'm glad it's not just me, because I know a lot of people that really loved it.
Turco Man opening here with 5-4 of diamonds.
Oh man, these two stacks.
Ooh, diamonds.
A flush draw and a straight draw.
And that is the flush for Turco Man. Behind me does have a redraw to a better flush, but is also going to like this board, not just because of the diamonds, but pair of jacks and a straight draw as well.
There's been some really incredible runouts today. Oh, so close.
And then the board breaks out. $222 million chips now for Turco Man. And the Finnish player is in for 3 bullets. Behind me, 93 in for 2. Teflon in for 2. Everyone else in for just $109. Again with the flush draw for Turco Man.
Certainly a board that having a flush draw is going to be good enough against pocket threes. Jason Dixon says, wait, so you are playing online and that's content? Actually, we're not even playing. We're just watching other people play, and that's content.
In your face. Talking of content, Filthy Silver says, Obi-Wan has been great. We will discuss that show with Felix in the next break, because I know Felix is a huge Star Wars fan, and I know he watches everything. So I imagine he's up to speed on it. But anyone who watched last week's stream and anyone who listened to last week's podcast will know I disagree with that analysis.
And another flush.
Yeah. Domination restoration of sorts.
Oh yeah, I missed that part. Goose Lucy says, wow, in your face, how mature of a response, James. James, how do you feel about this response? How mature is this? You banned.
What did I do? What did I say that upset someone?
I don't know. You said it in your face and someone called you immature for it.
Did I?
Well, anyway, they're banned.
Okay.
T. Gasson all in with aces, does not get any T action, and the blinds are going up to 1.53 million.
Yeah, so average stack is just shy of 30 big blinds, which is not too ridiculous. Kind of where we should be right now, but we do have two legitimate short stacks. Both T. Gasson and Teflon are in the danger zone.
Danger zone! Good job, T. Gasson. I'm rooting for the underdog, T. Gasson here. Pocket kings for Datiev. A suited hand in the big blind does not get called. Remember this comment, James. Well, the story writing is pretty lazy, and the acting is also not top-notch, to be honest, in Obi-Wan, but Darth Vader, come on.
That's the single biggest problem with the show. And it's not even close. T. Gasson
Domination situation.
And T. Gasson is T-Gonnen. The Brazilian is KO'd by the chip leader. And T. Gasson cashes out for nearly $13,000 plus 3,200 in bounties. We are down to the final five, and Turco Man looks like they kind of have a lock on it now. Turco Man has a $250 million chips. Did I just say
Pretty
that
good.
correct?
Seems good. Oh, Filthy Silver says they're enjoying it. You're afraid you'll ruin the show for you. Yeah, maybe don't watch during the break.
I've not seen the most recent episode, and I did say on the podcast, I do feel slightly guilty in trying to do a mid-series review. I'd rather let the show finish and then give my thoughts, but episode 3 is the last one I watched, and the events of that episode was so irritating to me that I can't not talk about it.
The next one's a little better.
I mean, you realize I'm going to ask Felix, and he won't have seen it, and then it's a non-discussion point, and we'll move on to the next thing. King-Queen against 10-9, both players with flush draws. And all in. And there's the flush for both players, the better flush for Linsky, and that is a double up. And that takes the wind out of Turco Man's sails just a little bit. Still a 2-1 advantage over the player in second place.
So many flushes.
Hand of the day, flush.
Jing O'Nelly, if you want to know what irritated James about Obi-Wan, you should download the Poker in the Ears podcast. You might get a little piece of it during the break, but we really go at it pretty hard in the podcast last episode. Behind me. And Linsky kind of need to play this cautiously. Yeah. You don't want to be playing any huge pots with Teflon still sticking around.
He did a Teflon sticking joke.
Where can you find it, Jing O'Nelly? You can find it on Spotify, SoundCloud, iTunes Podcasts, Google Podcasts, Stitcher.
Amazon
Not on
Music if
YouTube.
you're that way inclined.
Katya betting the full house.
Yeah. There is an excerpt for the show on YouTube, our interview with Colm Chan, the Platinum Pass winner, but it's an audio show, so it doesn't really belong on a video platform. Basically, any platform we can get audio podcasts from, it's there.
Joe, can you say shout out to the Taco Man? Absolutely not. Andrew.
Well, Queen's all in here against Queen 9. Flush draw. Taco Man doesn't make a flush for once, and that is going to take us to the break. So we did get some action during that session, and in fact we had 4 eliminations. So 5 players remain in this week's Sunday Million. Taco Man doesn't have the dominant chip lead that he once had, but still has 162 million. Behind me, the second biggest stack with 96 million. No one in the immediate danger zone, and the action resuming inside of 5 minutes. During the break, we are going to talk to Felix Schneiders. We're going to welcome xflixx back into the PokerStars arena. Felix, you know what I'm going to talk to you about? Star Wars, because
Hello
our
there.
producer, Chris Cohen, is the world's biggest Star Wars geek. He is famously the only person we could find on the planet who actually bought a ticket to go and see The Phantom Menace in 3D at the cinema. But he's on
Holy
holiday
shit.
right now, which means I can talk to you instead. I remember you saying that you quite liked the Book of Boba Fett, which we weren't that keen on. I'm interested in your thoughts on the Obi-Wan Kenobi series, but that's only assuming you've watched it.
Yes, I have watched it, of course. I've watched all the episodes so far. And can we talk spoilers? We can't talk spoilers, can we?
Well, James hasn't seen episode 4 yet. I'm fine with you doing. I have, but I'm fine with you doing spoilers up to episode 3 at least.
I think that what I said on the podcast last week, Felix, is I don't think it's a spoiler to talk about Darth Vader being in the show because it was very well publicized that Hayden Christensen was coming back. So I don't think it's a spoiler to say that from my point of view, having Darth Vader in the show is a huge mistake.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not really sure what to think of it, to be honest. I love that they bring like a lot of the early Darth Vader back. They try to picture him in the early days, you know, when he's just young and raw and like really fierce and like super aggressive, which you get to see in episode 3. But I mean, in general, like for Book of Boba Fett, for each episode, I was super excited that I even put it into my stories. I was super hyped for the episodes. For Kenobi, I was super excited. And I realized that, like, after the first 2 episodes, I was not that excited anymore for some reason. And it's like that kind of like turned down a little bit. I'm still excited, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
And I love all that stuff that they're putting out there. But like, I got a lot of questions that are coming up during these episodes that kind of like they breach a lot of the stuff that they tell in other series and other films, where you get to think like, but if that happened this way, why, you know, so
exactly, and that's the problem I have with this.
The tail's wagging the dog a little bit too, even without it sort of destroying other things that it's set up and like conflicting, you know, and contradicting itself. There's still a little bit of like the action being driven by where they want the story to go instead of the opposite. It's still just like a lot of head scratching, like what? Why are they doing this? Why are they going? Why is it happening this way?
I actually didn't hate. In fact, I really enjoyed the first 2 episodes. I'm going to be honest with you. I think Ewan McGregor is giving the best performance as Obi-Wan Kenobi he's given. And I just don't think he had the opportunity in the prequels. And I really liked the fact that they were building up this great villain and then sideline her so that Darth Vader can make an appearance and completely ruin the kind of arc of Obi-Wan and Darth Vader fighting on Mustafar and Obi-Wan being victorious, and then the meeting again, 20 years later on the Death Star, and Obi-Wan sacrificing himself. There should be no meeting. There should be no battle. There should be no interaction between those 2 characters in that period. They have just messed with the original trilogy. They've messed with the story arcs of both those characters just for a kind of kick-ass moment in a Disney Plus TV show.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I see what you're getting at. Yeah, I mean, I'm just very, very shaken off by a lot of things that they open up where I'm thinking like, how are they going to close the storytelling arc? You know, where they're opening up a lot of different situations where I'm like, well, if that happened this way, how are they going to fix it? How are they going to fix it in the next episodes? And they only got 2 episodes left, and that's like, I don't see it happening. But I mean, I'm not that excited anymore, I must admit, but I'm still excited.
Yeah.
Obviously.
Okay, well, Joe, you now get a 30-minute break as Felix and I continue to cover the action at the final table of this week's Sunday Million. And I wanted to come back to the table early, Felix, because StatTrick has just given me a great hashtag fun fact about Datiev, one of the 2 Romanian players at this 5-handed final table. Datiev is what we call a super qualifier, or a qualifier. They satellited in for $11, which is great.
Nice.
Their best ever cash on stars before this event came from a $5.50 scoop KO last month for $108.
Oh, wow. That's a great story.
And Datiev is now guaranteed more than 18 grand in prize money and has already claimed $2,278 in bounties, so will cash out for at least 20K. Their best cash before that, $108.
I love those kind of stories. They're always the best. People satelliting in for big tournaments and like making the scores of their lifetime and then taking it off from there. I've heard so many of those stories in my community as well, and I just always love to hear those. So I'm not up to date. So Turcoman has really taken the lead here.
At one point, Felix, Turcoman had 250 million chips. Now, still has the sizable advantage, but at one point looked like, oh, here we go. He's just going to start open jamming on like every other player.
Nice. Must be nice to be in such a situation. Oh, just the nuts.
Yeah, that's a pretty. I'm looking 0.5%. Oh, I guess that's to a chop. You're literally drawing to a chop. You've got a 0.5% chance of chopping the pot.
Mm-hmm. You know, looking back, talking about Kenobi once again.
Yeah.
I was actually, when they brought out the trailer, they played Duel of the Fates music, so I was really looking forward to see another Darth Maul appearance at some point. I'm not sure if that's going to happen, but I mean, there was some rumors going around.
Well, have you seen Star Wars Rebels, the animated show?
Yes.
So obviously you know that Obi-Wan and Darth Maul do meet again, but they meet in that show. I think it would be strange for him to make another appearance. I just think that where Rebels got it right, which is to focus on characters who are not part of existing continuity as the main characters, it's fine to have Obi-Wan, but you should surround him with people who we don't know. And as I said, having the Inquisitors, they would have been great villains. You don't need Vader. Or he can be there in the background, just kind of in a water tank and kind of breathing heavily. It's all you need.
True. Yeah, that's right. Makes sense. Yeah, and given that we both watched Rebels, you know what I mean when I say that there is one thing that really strikes me, or that probably struck all of the Star Wars community, thinking like, how are they gonna, you know,
finish the Darth Maul storyline?
Yeah.
So.
Oh wow.
This
going for a check raise here.
Escalated quickly, and Linsky sticking around and has just picked up the flush draw on the turn. And even if Linsky doesn't get there, Teflon could be bluffed off this. What do you want to do, Linsky?
This is interesting because a lot of draws busted. The straight draws with the Queen Jack and the diamonds, so we might actually see a Euro call here with the ace-high. Who knows? He does beat busted diamonds, Queen Jack, Jack 9, stuff like that. Queen 9. And wow.
There we go.
I didn't expect that.
There's the bluff and there's the fold from the best hand, and Linsky up over 100 million now.
I love that.
Queen 7
Teflon
all in.
jamming. 15 big blinds. Getting a fold.
Yeah. So blinds
I mean,
will be
now
up
a lot of... Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, blinds will be up in 5 minutes, and this is just, I mean, it's ridiculous. The stacks look big, right, because we're talking about hundreds of millions, but the blinds are also massive now.
Yeah, yeah. And the pay jumps are going to get quite interesting now, with the bounties getting less effective. Oh, wow, Linsky really making some plays here. 3-betting with a queen 7 off, making a bluff jam on the river. I like that style. I love when people get unconventional like this.
Yeah, yeah. So we just referenced a short while ago that DayTF as a qualifier in this Sunday Million for $11 has eclipsed their best ever cash, which was $108 before this. Patrick says that Teflon is also a player who hasn't had many big results. Best ever cash, 1.5K from a big 440.
Wow. So what happened here? Nobody re-raised? Everybody just called that raise from Turco Man? That's very interesting to say the least. And Teflon folded pocket deuces, would have flopped the set. And they let Turco Man see a flop with King Jack, and he hit it. He hit that top pair. Would have been a great spot for Datyev to jam it all in, but I think he might be a little bit scared about the pay jumps with Teflon being the short stack. Hoping that he busts first, maybe. Which would be another $8,000. That's a lot of money for somebody who satellites in with $11 and whose biggest cash was $100.
Is Linsky legitimately considering heroing here with ace high? Or is this about bluff raising the river?
I was just about to say it. Maybe he pulls it off one more time.
Got to be careful who you make this move against.
No, he folds.
I think that's a wise laydown. Turco Man back up to nearly 200 million.
Now Datyev getting a little bit more passive here. And deciding to fold the better hand is even... I think he's probably shutting down a little bit. Hoping that Teflon is busting first.
Ace
And
Jack
here we go.
opens and Queen Jack re-raises. I mean, yeah, it does feel like Linsky's been observing the stream possibly. Seeing tendencies, seeing that the final table's been relatively tight and now trying to exploit that.
Another Linsky special. Tough spot for a shorter stack.
Makes the call and flops the flush draw.
I don't think we will see behind me going anywhere here. But all in.
And Linsky attempts to continue.
Well, he's following up on the story.
And there's the shove.
There's the gem.
So behind me, up over 120 mil now.
Now, I don't know about you, James, but I think this is getting really intense for the short stacks. I feel like they're really tightening up a lot.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And
You can
blinds
feel it.
are going up. Here we go. 1.75 million, 3.5 million.
And there's a spot for Teflon. And he jams.
And I
takes
don't
it.
see anyone calling this. Let's just reference the pay jumps. With 5 remaining, they've all locked up 18 grand. You get an additional 8K, making it to 4th. And that will be something that all of these players are conscious of right now.
Mm-hmm. We got 7s again. This is going to be interesting to see if it behind me is going to go aggressive or passive with this hand, because it's tough to play as a mid stack against the chip leader. And he decides to just call, which I think is the right play. Keeping the pot small. Turkleman gets there with the pair of jacks and oh, it's always coming 7.
Of course it is.
Always coming 7. And he might actually get a call if he bets, because there's some busted draws. Huge bet. Huge bet. Maybe that huge bet is not going to get called, but who knows? Oh. He was too greedy.
Don't get greedy. Pair of 9s for Turkoman. Opens to 7 million. Linsky in the big blind with Queen 9. And it's an Ace 9-6
Oh,
flop.
boy.
A set for Turkoman. Turkoman has had their fair share of decent flops today. Decent connection with the board.
And Linsky also has the backdoor flush draw, so he's definitely going to stick around for one more, and maybe even for another one.
Okay.
When the spade rolls off.
Okay.
Turkoman is just going to try and target the ace-x in Linsky's range and bet. Now, I mean, we've seen Linsky pull some plays. Maybe he's considering it. He has some equity and a pair. That he just calls.
And it's the full house on the river for Turkoman. And look at the stack to pot ratio, Felix. 63.5 million in the middle. Linsky with 48.7 million behind. Turkoman may just shove here.
Beautifully set up.
There we go. It's all into call, and it would be a hero call on this board with just a 9, and it would be a hero call gone disastrously wrong.
This is exciting. Linsky's probably thinking, what can he value jam here? A flush? I'm blocking that. Top pair, top kicker? Nah, there's a flush out there. Maybe. Ace-king with the king of spades. I can see some arguments for considering a hero call here. Especially against the chip leader who might... Oh, there it is!
The superhero takes off and crashes to the ground as Linsky 99 is eliminated in 5th place. Linsky cashes for 18K plus $5,000 in bounties. Turkoman up to 270 million chips.
You must hand it to the man. Linsky had a lot of heart. He had a lot of heart. He made some plays. He made a hero call. Went wrong.
So now we have the final 4.
Oh yeah, and by the way, blockers are not real. That's right. I forgot.
Queen Jack versus Ace Queen. And it's domination, rotation. I guess this is how you become a 2-time Sunday Million champion. Just hit boards like this every day.
And Turco just keeps on hitting. There's the question.
Deal or no deal? And a reminder that they can only look at redistributing the payouts. The bounties are fixed. You can't start playing funny business with the bounties. And we've seen it, but it is uncommon. It is rare to see a deal agreed or even discussed in a PKO.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just going to throw it out there, Felix. I don't think Turco Man's going to entertain a deal right now.
No, I don't think
Turco
so
Man's
either.
got more than 300 mil.
So behind me could actually put a lot of pressure on Datyev, but chooses not to, which I think is quite odd. Because I think he probably has close to an any2 spot where he can jam pretty much any 2 cards, pressure the medium stack, who has a lot of ICM pressure. And now we got a spot here. Jam from Turco Man, called by Jax. Turco Man needs the king.
It's the king on the river, and Teflon is KO'd. Another bounty claimed by the chip leader as Teflon cashes out for $26,000 plus 3K in bounties. Turco Man now worth nearly 5K, but good luck claiming that bounty because Turco Man's got close to 320 million chips.
What a run for Turco Man.
Well, this is a domination situation. Ace-10 versus Jack-10. Blind v blind. And there is the shove from Turco Man. All into call for Datyev, who does call.
And he calls.
Is behind.
Needs a
Still
jack.
behind. And now out. Datyev KO'd. But remember, this is the player who had never had a cash bigger than $108 on stars. This is the player who qualified for this week's Sunday Million for $11. They just won 37.5 grand plus 2K in bounties. And Felix, we've got a heads-up battle between two former Sunday Million champions. Turco Man, a 2-time winner from 2009 and 2016. Behind me, 93, was a winner from 2018. And we need to go better than a 2-to-2 ratio. 2 players, why not have, for a short time at least, 3 commentators? As we welcome back Joe Stapleton.
Well, 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 if it isn't the fact that this new format means it's pure luck.
Yes, 2 Sunday Million winners in a heads up. That is
the 2 luckiest players in the whole tournament.
They must be.
I mean, I don't want to crap on your point, but I would say Turco Man, in addition to clearly knowing when to play aggressively, has run pretty pure today.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's going to have to run pretty unpure for the next hour or so to lose this.
Yes, yes. Well, I'll tell you what, guys, I'm going to let you see out this heads-up battle, and I will wish you good night. Felix, it's been an absolute pleasure. Best of luck with your event from tomorrow.
Likewise, thank you.
And we
Thank you
will
so much,
speak
James.
again soon. And Joe, catch you soon, buddy.
Okay.
It was a pleasure, James. Bye-bye.
Adios,
Oh,
Jay
wow.
Hartz, Joe Stapleton, Felix Schneiders, Uncle Daddy, and xflixx.
That's right.
Grunding it out.
Grunding. Grunding. Who's that guy in Turco Man's avatar, by the way? I was just asking myself.
It looks like a Family Guy style cartoon, Family Guy or Cleveland show. King on the turn outdraws Turco Man.
Oh. Behind me leaves Turco Man behind on this turn.
Maybe American Dad. Speed Racer. Says Stave Spam 310. And it's Turco Man, the one who's betting, not used to getting outdrawn. And 2-pair on the river. Not a great board for 2-pair.
And Turco Man checks back. Loses this one.
Turco Man still with just under a 4-1 chip lead after losing that pot. Goes check on the flop, 9 on the turn. Yeah, American Family. I think what's the other one called? American Dad.
Oh, is it the Kickers? So probably a Japanese show.
This pot goes to Turco Man. J-Lack asks, is there ever going to be another big game style show, Joe? I would guess yes, but I have no inside information. I would guess
definitely hope so. Yeah.
Ever there will be another big game style show, one way or another. Turco Man flops bottom pair, and it's the best hand.
Still the best hand.
Let's see if behind me gives up.
Interesting.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so now that I've made my screen bigger, it looks kind of like a... Do you remember the Nintendo game Adventure Island? It looks like that style of animation. So I'm on board with you guys thinking maybe it's a Japanese thing.
I gotta Google Adventure Island, but it sounds so familiar.
Turco Man with a dominated hand for once. Awada asks, how long have you been doing this job, Joe? We have been live for 4 hours, 31 minutes, and 44 seconds. Thank you for your question.
Turco Man really aggressive here, pretty much opening any two.
King 8 tray on the flop. Nothing for nobody.
Whoever bets first wins. There we go.
Dana says she'd like to see Shark Cage make a comeback. We should go on Shark Tank and pitch them Shark Cage.
Oh, yes.
See if we can get Mark Cuban to pay for it. And yet another flush draw behind me this time with the chance to make the nuts.
That's interesting. Open-ended straight draw for Turco Man, but it's not worth a lot on a 3 flush board. He still elects to call. Well,
Bink.
That's a good card for behind me. Love to check. I mean, if I would know what the cards are.
Little debate going on YouTube right now about what the difference between first and second is going to be. Now that it's heads up, we can tell you more or less what it's going to be. So you take the bounty that behind me is worth. We'll call it 4,000. And you take the bounty that Turco Man is worth. We'll call it 5,500. You add them together. That makes what? 9,500?
Mm-hmm.
Then you double that. That makes 19,000. So the difference between first and place will be 19,000 plus whatever bounties they've already won.
Yep.
King 7 is not the best hand, but does get the 6 to fold. Okay, a little life here.
Chipping up. Behind me is really trying to make a stand. Not afraid of bluffing.
Ooh. Paint.
This could get a big... This could be a big pot, actually.
Okay, we've got... Jens writes in to say, the avatars from the Chicho Terremoto show. And that's so specific to be made up.
Yeah.
The manga series. And I'd say the story does check out. Yeah. Nice work, Jens. Bottom
So
pair for
careful.
Turkoman, good as usual. Yeah, in general, there's a pretty big difference between first and second in the bounty tournament. Sometimes it ends up not being super big if the two players who get heads up don't have huge bounties on them, but it does end up being a little less top heavy than other tournaments, but not as flat as it appears.
Wow, king high wins. Just like that.
The next blind level.
Really raising it all, right? It's really making putting a lot of pressure on. 10-4 offsuit, 10-6 offsuit. And wow, behind me taking a stand. Love it.
Jack high is good for now.
3 pair.
Ooh, 3 pair.
For everyone. But the jack wins.
So if the from second place win, then he will make more money than first. No. Thank you for your question. Turkoman betting in a top pair. Gets a fold.
Behind me is really working hard at his comeback. I like the attitude.
Working hard from behind me.
Behind me. Well, I'd love to see a 3-bet. Oh, no. But he hits a deuce. While Turkoman hits a 9. Just imagine it's always coming 7 now. That would be 7 of diamonds on the turn. Nah.
Another couple of not super exciting hands. No action pre-flop. No raising, I should say. No aggression. Pair of deuces versus a gut shot. 2 live overs to the deuce.
Second bullet will definitely get it done, pretty sure. Overbet even, wow. Yep.
How much would the difference be if this was a PKO tournament? This is a PKO tournament. Thank you for your question.
I love the Twitch chat today.
Pair of 8s versus the deuce. Can you say that? Deuce high? 2 high flush draw? The minimum flush?
The deuce high flush draw.
The nut low flush draw?
Yep.
Hasta Los Huevos says, could you explain how is the total with bounties, please? Thank you. I just did it a few weeks ago. Tune in next week. I'll do it again then.
Check, check, and behind me is chipping up.
7 deuce again.
Come on, let's see a 3-bet here. Behind me, you can pull it off. Nope.
Behind me is going to win this without resorting to any dirty tricks like re-raising with 7 deuce.
You think? Well, he did re-raise with queen 4 off, but that was better, yeah. Yeah.
Dirty tricks.
He gets the better hand to fold one more time. Like a boss.
See, that's dirty. I don't care for it. It's dishonest. It goes against the spirit of the game. What's next? You can just angle anybody? You can just say you have the best hand and try to get them to fold? Come on.
Oh, yeah, the queen 4 offsuit is the Helmuth cooler. It's true. And maybe he thought, if Helmut can pull it off, I can do it too.
Turco 7 in very good shape.
Twitch chat at its best. What if there are sexy backdoors behind you? They can't be behind you. They're in front of you. That's why they're called backdoors.
Backdoors are always in front of you. Come on, guys. Get it together. 7 once again, the best hand. And bottom pair once again good for Turco, man. It's Turco time.
Turco time.
There you go. Queen 6 suited. Everybody's favorite heads up hand.
What is Turco Man thinking about? 10 deuce, the Doll Brunson. I'm gonna pull it off.
I have like a irrational rule against playing 10 deuce. Like I won't do it. I'll like fold my big blind to no raise. Like I can't even imagine what cards I would want to see on the flop that I'd be happy about getting it in with 10 deuce. Pair of tens.
Oh
is
boy,
good.
what's happening here? He might actually value bet that. If he does, I'll be like bowing down. If this goes value bet and call, I'm gonna be. Here it comes. Flush draw busted. 7-8 busted.
Is going to be pretty frustrated at how few showdowns they've been able to get to. I mean, lots of different heart combos miss, but some of them are going to have cards bigger than a queen.
Mm-hmm.
It is an odd value bet, though, for this particular hand. The sizing of it is usually going to be a stronger hand than this, which sort of polarizes. Yeah, good laydown, but you understand why behind me would think about it.
Yeah. I would have been surprised to see him call this off. Because Turco Man does represent a somewhat stronger hand with that bet. And I love but I do love the thin value bet on that river. I think it's really shows how good he is. Oh, just the nuts.
Just the nuts versus a draw to the not nuts.
Oh, that's music in behind these ears. Getting raised when you flop the nuts.
Call. Here we go. Big old brick on the turn. Turco does not take the bait a second time.
Smart check.
$20 million now the bet. Quick fold.
It's interesting. He followed up his bluff in the last hand. No, he stopped it. I love that heads up. This is the type of plays you want to see in a heads up. 3-betting with queen 4 off, 10 deuce suited. Putting some bluffs that turn into value bets and then go for a thin value bet on the river. That's really some nice poker.
I mean, Turco Man really doesn't have to have many decisions. It's just like, oh yeah, I just made the best hand again, and I made the best hand, and I made the best hand. Ace 8 suited. The dead man's hand for Turco Man. Extra dead being the death suit.
Hits again, 2 pair.
Again, the only player catching any piece of any board.
And just making a full house now. Yeah, of course. Why not? And behind me is going to be like, what? You don't have an 8. You don't have a deuce.
Behind me, called, drawing dead.
Would be interesting if Turkoman goes for the jam here. Nope, he doesn't.
It's going for half of it. Half of behind me stack, more than half a pot.
Behind me must be really fed up with all the laydowns that he has to make.
Yeah, it's very frustrating.
Especially in the heads up when you think like he can't always have it, he can't always hit that hard, but yeah, he does.
If it's not a double paired board, maybe you could make some kind of move with the ace of diamonds, but I mean, you really don't want to represent a flush when someone has a flush beat.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe you could rep the 8 and get 2-3 to fold, but I don't know. For this amount, what's in the pot, probably not.
Yeah, I think he's disciplined enough to let this one go. And he is.
And this is the worst shape we've seen behind me in since heads up started. Not a lot of opportunities for them to pick up chips. Just blasting now. All right, there you go. You can get it done with a little elbow grease, a little mustard. Elbow Falls says, death by 1,000 made hands. Yeah, it's been pretty tough for behind me. Maybe looking to put this tournament behind them pretty soon.
But who knows? Anything can happen. This is poker. We get a jam.
There we go.
Jam goes
Back
through.
up over 80 million. In 2 minutes, the blinds go up to 2.5 million, 5 million. Pretty cool.
Behind me stays aggressive, even though he's so short. He still tries to pick up some pots. And he does.
Oh, my goodness.
Just the nuts again.
Just the joint.
And he keeps on checking.
Luckily, behind me has no piece.
Yeah.
Can't call the 8/9 pot river bet.
He gets out of these spots quite nicely. I think it's pretty elegant of him.
I mean, I know I would be losing my mind mentally with how few hands I'm being dealt and how few hands I'm making and how little value I'm getting even when I make the hands.
Yeah. There we go. He takes up another. Something inside me roots a little bit for behind me. I think he holds himself very well.
Are you rooting for the come from behind me?
I didn't want to say that, yeah, but like the minute I just...
That's okay. That's what I'm here for.
Yep.
Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba. Stapes. King Jack makes a hand. Will they get any value from 7? Playing the board. Sorry, playing the board. Turco playing the board.
Yep. But finally, behind me makes a hand. He must feel relieved.
I want you to listen to something. Maybe the smartest thing I've read in chat today. It's from Robin. He says, or they say, I should say. Good players get lucky, but they also play well. Think about that. I'm going to read it again. Think about it. Good players get lucky, but they also play well. Very Very wise.
That's deep. That
Very
goes deep.
deep.
Yeah.
Thank
Never
you for
thought
that.
about that actually.
Thank you.
Good
No,
players.
I hadn't.
They also play good.
They also play good.
Wow.
I think Turco is. I think they're referring to Turco maybe when I read that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, what's happening here?
Oh, behind me, going for it, and
What
gets the
a
fold. That could have been
play.
all over if Turco had made the call. Folded top pair. Behind me says, enough is enough. Enough is enough, and shoves on Turco Man, who folds the best hand. Ace King suited now for behind me.
Got alligator blood.
And once again, just gets completely outflopped. And outturned.
There's a river to come, maybe, but I don't think he's gonna see it. Oh, he does. Oh, ho, 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 ho.
Okay. All right, there you go. Hey, all right, value. Look, value.
I got the nuts. What am I gonna do now? Stay calm.
Value.
Stay calm. Don't do anything stupid. Just go all in. Maybe raise to 40K. 40 million, sorry. 40K is good. Nope.
Behind me, back up over 130 million.
Mm-hmm.
More or less doubled up from their low point. Legion 54 says, what an insane duel. So good.
Yeah.
It has been a good duel. And both players missing this board more or less, except for the sexy backdoors.
Sexy backdoors it is. Sexy backdoor straight flush draw, actually. But it didn't get there.
Did not get there. Ace high gonna be a showdown. Oh, will we get to showdown?
Still
That is the
bluff.
question.
I mean, I'm really impressed. I'm really impressed with behind me's play. I think he's being the underdog in a heads up and, you know, being confronted with such a run good by somebody with a huge stack and then still being able to make great folds and pulling off river jams and bluffs like this.
And behind me, creeping back up to 200 million.
This is great.
I
to
don't
watch.
think that's true, W Coop 07, that no one has won 3 Sunday Millions before. Okay, this is a bit of a comeback. Anyway, we may not be talking about the 3rd Sunday Million for Turco. We may be talking about the 2nd Sunday Million for behind me.
Yep. Would be fair. Then they're 2-2.
Right?
Both win 2 Sunday Millions.
Oh, man, look who's come to life all of a sudden. It does
this is
catch a
gonna be
pair on the
interesting.
turn.
Hmm. Still keeps on betting. Turco Man
Wow,
doesn't-
Turco Man getting super, super sticky.
Now this is gonna be interesting. Is behind me pulling it off?
I don't see how you can. I don't see how you can just jam here. You just got stationed twice.
I would be celebrating it so hard. I mean, it will work in that particular instance. Is he
This
gonna
is a change
pull
in
it
chip
off?
lead if it works.
He checks.
Pair 6 is going to be good at showdown. Behind me, back down to 125 billion.
The heart was there.
The heart was there, not the commitment.
Yeah.
Poker Pro F, welcome, welcome. Thanks for your rating party. Come on, we're going to eventually crown a winner. A winner in this brand new Sunday Million format. Pocket 7s for behind me. We've already seen a raise from Turco Man. It feels like we could be flipping for the tournament.
Behind
7
the jams.
shove, ace 10 snap calls. Was there ever any doubt? Ace high flop.
Every time?
No
No.
7 on the river. Turco Man continues to run golden toward their 3rd Sunday Million victory. Second place prize money for behind me. 50,000 advertised payout, 7,800 of bounties for just over 58,500. And first place for Turkoman, 50,000 as advertised, nearly 30,000 in bounties for a total of $80,000.
What an insane run for Turkoman.
Definitely insane run. And look, I'm pretty sure that 3 Sunday Million championships is not the record, but there probably aren't that many people that have 3.
Yeah. I would have a hard time coming up with anybody who's got 2, let alone 3. That is sick.
There's been so many that's been spread out over time. My babies, that is just about all the time we have got for tonight's broadcast. I just want to remind you that Poker in the Ears, the podcast, is on hiatus. It's a great time to catch up if you haven't started from before. Pick an episode, catch up with us, because we'll be back a few times here and there across the summer. But, of course, the podcast is on hiatus, but the Sunday Million streams are not. We will be back 1 week from today with another Sunday Million PKO. But until then, for James Hardigan and for Felix Schneiders, I am Joe Stapleton. Smell you later.